So welcome everybody, and we're going to call the meeting to order of the Independent Transportation Surtax Oversight Board. And typically on other boards I sit on, we kind of do a roll call just to see who's present. So Gretchen, you want to help me with that?
I apologize. The name tags are on their way, so we will have them in a moment. But what I would like to ask everyone to do is if you would just introduce yourself, and again, for the public and for those in the audience, identify which category you're representing for the Oversight Board, and we'll start over here with Ms. Love.
Allison Love, and I'm representing former city manager.
Doug Coolman, architecture.
So I just want to let everyone know when you're speaking, if you'll please push the button on your microphone, and when the light turns green, then you'll know you're live.
Doug Coolman, architecture.
Anthea Pennant, Broward College, District Director of Supplier Relations and Diversity.
Alan Hooper, Construction Management and Engineering.
Philip Allen, Finance.
Cynthia Chambers, Land Use and Planning.
Consuelo Kelly, Resident Consumer of Transportation.
Shea Smith, Accounting.
George Cavros, representing the Environmental Sciences category.
And I am Gretchen Cassini. I'm serving as the board's coordinator.
Angela Wallace with the Broward County Attorney's Office.
Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes of the February 14, 2019 meeting. Can we get a motion? Okay. You guys, yeah. But make sure when you speak into the microphone that it's on, because I think they're recording it for the minutes. So
Let's keep it on.
So we've got a discussion. Go ahead, Doug.
Well, I'm just surprised at how long they are. And if we're going to approve these, I think I saw part of these, but this is the first time we've seen these, right?
No, I did send these out to everyone earlier this week.
Okay, I must have missed it, but I did get here early and read some of the important parts, so no problem. But
Any other discussion on the minutes?
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, just a couple comments relative to the minutes. I don't know if we're going to have it on our agenda later, but there's been some correspondence recently received from a couple of the cities relative to a discussion we had at the last board meeting. And I think these minutes clearly point out in the minutes the staff was not pushing or directing this board to take any action at that point in time. And I have no problem with the minutes being as they are, but just to point out that they are clearly, that's both staff from Gretchen's perspective as well as discussions with Greg Stewart from the MPO, clearly specified that the intent of the ordinance that we are here to monitor was not in support of a population-based distribution of the funds, but rather on a project-by-project prioritization. So with that, I'm okay.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
in following that up, in response to I guess it's the letter of April 1st from
I think we're on the minutes right now. Maybe under C,
Okay.
under lobbying, we
Thank
can
you.
get deeper into it if we want to. But right now we have a motion on the floor for the approval of the minutes, and if there's no other discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? Okay, the minutes are approved. Now let's go on to governance. The first item is the terms of the chair and the vice chair. Gretchen, you want to lead on this?
Certainly. So at our first meeting in February, there was some discussion about the governance structure. The idea of the ordinance was to allow you all to determine how you wanted to govern yourselves. And I know you adopted the use of Robert's Rules of Order. We talked about having the meetings live web streamed. But there seemed to be consensus among the group that you wanted to take some time and look over some of the documents that we use for advisory boards and other commissions, and spend some time thinking about what would make the best sense for you. So right now, we have you meeting on the last Thursday of every month. And when I met with the chair to go over the agenda, we talked about the fact that one of those meetings will fall very close to the Christmas holiday, and that it may be advisable for you all to have conversations about all of those things. Also, he asked that Angela Wallace provide all of the documents that she provided to you in hard copy electronically about 3 weeks ago, so that you would have ample time to study those and determine what exactly it was that you wanted as far as your governance structure. So at this point, what we're trying to do is just kind of walk you through some of the bigger pieces that haven't been dealt with. You all didn't want to determine your terms. I think the chair and the vice chair agreed that they would serve for about 6 months until everybody got to know each other a little bit better. So we were just going to start there to start the conversation about all of these various items of governance.
So is there any discussion? So let's just start with the terms of the chair and the vice chair. Does anybody have any discussion in that regard? Looking at the term and how long it should last. Anybody?
Alan, right now, we agreed that we're going to serve for 6 months and then re-vote, correct?
Right.
Is that?
Yeah, but and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But what we need to start doing is setting a structure for this board to operate. So whether it's you and I, Doug, or 2 other people at chair and vice chair, I think either a year or 2 years, there has to be some term for the chair so that we can continue forward and not every 6 months be electing a chair. So I think it's a pretty easy program to figure out. I'm okay with 1 year. Some of the boards I sit on are 1 year. Some of them are 4. Some of them, you know, it can vary. So if there's any suggestions, I would welcome them.
My experience, I think 1 is not enough. 2 is probably a better way to do it with re-election. That's really the issue, is if it's less than the 5 years you're here, how do you handle re-election? But I think 2 years is a minimum.
Okay. Mr. Allen.
I would also suggest maybe that, particularly in the formative stage of this board, that the first term of that chair and vice chair would be 2 years as we get our feet wet, as we start to get through the nitty-gritty implementation plans. But from that point forward, I think an annual renewal might be more appropriate ongoing. I think there's a lot of work to be done in that first year, and I don't want to be burdening the existing chair and vice chair by just automatically saying, well, you're it for 2 years, particularly since those first 2 years are going to be probably the busiest that we are going to face.
So are you saying your recommendation is 1 year or 2 years? Or 2 years with a renewal every year?
2 years, I think, starting from our last meeting forward, 2 years from that date for the first organizational, if you will, or implementation plan. But then from that point forward, it would be an annual rotation.
Okay.
So someone new could come in in a year, in 2 years
Right.
for a year.
Okay.
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 See everybody. Would you like to speak?
I'm in support of 2 years with an annual renewal. I think it will be during these first 2 years, an adjustment, just getting acclimated to the board, to what we're doing. So I think it would be a good idea to have some continuity for that 2-year span.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I agree. I think 2 years provides a little continuity to the board. 1 year is too short. And I'll throw this out to the group, but at the end of the 2 years, if you know the chair and the vice chair and so forth, you know, we're comfortable with the job that they're doing, you know, perhaps providing the opportunity for them to stay on for another 1 or 2 years at the end of the term.
Let's go to voting.
Okay, so we're talking, I think from what I heard from Mr. Allen, the initial term would be for 2 years, and then the following terms would be for 1 year. And that we could elect anybody we wanted on any term. So why don't we have just a yay or a nay on that particular item? And to clarify also, I'd like to know, so you're stating that right now, as we sit, myself and Doug Kuhlman are 2 years, or are we 6 months?
No, my recommendation is for the existing chair and vice chair to serve 2 years from our last meeting, and then forward from that, and on an annual basis, and either reconfirm annually or elect new chair or vice chair going forward.
Is everybody comfortable with that?
I am comfortable with that, but I'm still not comfortable. I think the chair should serve 2 years. I think it should be voted on a new chair, not the same chair, because they'll tend to be burned out. And I think another chair, I think it should not be a renewable type thing. Now, I don't know what we're voting on. Right now, if we're voting on 2 years for the chair and vice chair, that's fine. I'm still thinking the next chair should not be the existing chair, and it should be a 2-year term for the chair. That's just my 2 cents.
But is that going to then involve rotating every year then subsequently?
Yes.
Pardon?
Are we going to rotate the chair then every year subsequent to that? Is that what you're
I think
suggesting?
it should be rotated every 2 years. I'm just speaking from my experience on boards.
That's fine.
I think the chair should have a term. The next chair should come in for another 2 years. That's just my experience.
But I think what we're talking about is initial 2 years and then going to a 1 year.
Yeah, and I'm not agreeing with that.
Okay, so you like the 2 years
Yeah,
period.
I'm just
Gotcha.
thinking that it's a 2-year term, and that's my experience on all the boards I've served in.
All right,
And
so
I'm almost the oldest guy here.
I'd like for us to just vote on this and move it forward so we can get to the business at hand, right? So 2 years.
You make a
people are
motion.
here right now. I'd like to make a motion that the people who are in leadership roles right now sit there for the next 2 years, and then we vote.
And then are you
1 year
including the
every year.
Every
mandatory
year after.
rotation
Yes.
in that?
Are you including the mandatory rotation?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes, we had a motion and a second from Mr. Allen's motion for the initial 2-year term for the existing chair and vice chair, and then thereafter, an annual
Rotation.
selection, and that the
Yeah.
vice chair or the chair can be elected for successive annual terms.
I'm endorsing
That was the intent of my motion.
That
Yes.
was the
So
motion,
that
and
would
there
be a
was a
second then to that
Yes,
motion.
I second it.
Okay,
That's
all
fine.
right. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Doug, one person's opposed, the motion passes. Okay, let's move on. Should we have any description or just start, do you want to go into anything on the annual calendar? You did talk about Christmas or the holidays.
When I spoke with the chair, the decision was that he wanted to bring back to his colleagues the option to take a break in the summer or a break in the winter, and I just wanted, so that we can put the calendar out on the web and make sure that people have access to it, just bring that back here for a vote.
And I would also say that we had picked a day in the month that was appropriate for everybody, so, which is today. What is that, the third Thursday? Third Thursday. So it would continue that way,
Third.
but if you, isn't it the third Thursday?
No, I think it's the
Fourth?
Fourth.
Fourth Thursday. So if you guys want to chime in on whether or not we want to have a meeting during the holidays, because it could potentially land right on top of Christmas, and or take a month off in the summer. I think the county commission is off in the summer, and maybe coincide with that. But that's open for discussion.
Chair?
Yes, sir.
I would support taking a month off taking the month of August and the month of December off. Those tend to be busy times for people on their personal schedules. It seems like professional business tends to slow down during that time as well.
Okay.
And it might give us all a break from the work we do here, too.
Any other thoughts? You want to make a motion on that?
August and December?
August and December.
Why August? I don't understand August.
Yeah.
Is the county, when do they take their break?
The county commission is off the entire month of July and actually return around the middle of August, generally.
So do we want to coincide with them and do it July? I assume you take vacation in August.
I actually,
A lot of us do.
Yeah, I know many people do.
Yes. All right, so we need a motion, and then then we can discuss if we can get a second.
I'll move that the board meet, is it the third Thursday? The fourth Thursday of every month, with the exception of the month of August and December.
Okay.
Could I ask, Gretchen, is there any particular issues that are likely to need this board's approval during those timeframes?
At this time, I know that we will likely need the meeting in May, and that we will likely need a meeting in September because of the budget cycle. So the fiscal year will end September 30th. We're going to need action by this board on our fiscal year 20 asks before the end of September. We could bring it to you in July. We can bring it to you in September. We can bring it to you in August. Those are the things that I know about. But of course, there are things that may come up that we're just not aware of at this time.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion?
I
Did you second it? Okay. Is there any other discussion? So we're going to, no? You sure?
That would be, I think.
I just feel that we are kind of behind the eighth ball with
Yeah,
stuff, and
I
I
kind
just
of
don't
agree.
think this is the year to take August off. I mean, I understand December because, people get really busy, but I just feel like we should move forward.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanksgiving falls on our meeting date in November, so we would be missing 2 months in a row if that's the will. I mean,
So-
most of us won't be here on Thanksgiving.
So what we could do is adjust, if we have a conflict in November, okay, then we can adjust it to maybe the third. I mean, that's what, we got to be a little flexible here, because, and honestly, if in July or August or whatever month we take off, if you take off vacation in July and one member can't make it because there's a conflict, then you're absent that day, So the motion on the table is to take August and December off. Is there any other discussion? Okay.
Did I ever get a second?
You did. You got it from
Okay.
Doug. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
We do. I do.
Yeah, I'm opposed.
I'm
as well.
opposed too.
I'm opposed.
So there's 3. You're opposed or you're for? 4, 2, 1, 2, 3. We have 8 people here today? 9. So 5 were for it, so it passes. Okay. All right. Can you kind of segue into lobbying, and then we can discuss?
When the chair and I met on the agenda, there was a discussion of the ethics ordinance, the lobbying prohibitions, and whether or not this board wanted to make themselves subject to the same lobbying and ethics regulations that the county has, or if you would like to create your own. And I believe that Angela has provided that information for you. If you'd like, again, you have the ability to make yourselves subject to it or not, to change it. There is no regulation that has to apply to you. You have delegated authority from the county commission, but you also have the ability to make independent decisions about your governance.
Could
Question.
you kind of highlight strokes of the county's lobbying rules are, so that the rest of the members can kind of understand it? I know that, but
So the lobbying rules require that when, that lobbyists have to register as lobbyists with the county, and that their interactions with certain officials, certain county employees and county commissioners are actually logged for each communication, especially regarding county business. And so that would create a record of the person, when they contacted you, and what the nature of that communication was.
who logs that?
With the county, there's a system, there's a computer system in the lobby for the commission chambers where the information gets logged in, but the lobbyist has to track that information. They have to record the communications with the specified individuals.
And what about a phone call? How's
The
that
phone
get logged?
calls should be recorded as well.
Who logs that?
Well, the lobbyist should record it, but, you know, if the individual wants to record the contacts with when those contacts are made or communications are made, they can do that as well.
And should we then be announcing that at the next meeting and saying I was because at the city commission in Fort Lauderdale, a line item comes up and they say I was contacted by this person, or if it's a large group, you know, I think that they say they have it on record.
Right.
So
That is something that this body can establish. If you would like to bring to the body's attention during a meeting the contacts that were made by lobbyists regarding certain matters between meetings, we can have that as part of your agenda.
Mr. Chair, I just would like to, I'm sorry, Phil. I just want to bring to the attention of this group that how a lobbyist is defined in our Article 13 is someone who registers to lobby, someone who is being paid or unpaid to work a particular issue. It's very specified, and so how you define a lobbyist is also very important because every entity has different definitions of what lobbying activities are.
Mr.
I
Fallon.
just would note that it's pretty hard, many times it's pretty hard to determine who's a lobbyist and who isn't a lobbyist. They don't wear a sign around their neck saying, I'm a lobbyist here to introduce you to my employer. Many aspects of the county's lobbying applies to solicitations, and this board does not do solicitations. The county does the solicitations at our request. So I think, I don't see the value of us adopting solicitation lobbying activities or concerns. That's a county responsibility.
You know, you know, thinking through it and listening to you, I tend to agree. I think we're going to have to, if we put ourselves on this kind of a standard, we're going to have to, people are going to question whether or not we identified someone as a lobbyist or did not identify someone as a lobbyist. We could put ourselves in trouble when all we are is volunteer board members. I don't have to register, and the Downtown Development Authority is a taxing authority, and I don't have to register lobbyists when people call me. Not that people are lobbying me ever, but I think it's a little more than what we should be concerning ourselves with, thinking through it. But that doesn't keep us from commenting on a discussion that you may or may not have had, that you may have had with somebody on the phone or through text or email that concerns one of our items, and it pertains to our discussion, and you want to bring that up in the meeting. I think that is completely appropriate. So, do we have any other discussion? So I think we're going to, since there's nobody wanting to make a motion to inherit or the county's lobbying practices, I think we'll just move on.
But Mr. Chair, may I just ask, are you then suggesting, though, that the disclosure of contact be added into your governing
I'm not suggesting
Okay.
that. So, Doug, I think you wanted to bring up something about lobbying earlier. I don't know if it pertains to our governance, but I don't see anywhere else where we can have that discussion, so you might as well.
Well, I guess it had to do with this issue that we were starting to talk about, which was the questioning of why we made our first motion. And we have a letter here from City Manager's Office of Pompano Beach asking us, requesting that we reconsider distributing the city's share based on population. And I guess, first of all, because he asked us to reconsider it, we need to reconsider it. I don't know that that's lobbying or not lobbying, but I think the minutes speak for themselves on that. It's something that we, in fact, I'm probably the culprit there, brought up the issue of, and I think, let me just quote something out of the minutes.
So, the letter, I think I received 2 letters. I received a phone call in regard to that item. I'm wondering if we could just make room in the agenda and let's get through the governance and discussion, and let's specifically talk about that. And maybe if there's anyone in the public that wants to address us in that regard, we could do that too. We could even just do it right after we're done with item D of 3, and that way anyone that's here from the public that wants to talk about that item can do so, and they don't have to wait around for us to go through the rest of the agenda. Does that
Sounds
sound
fine.
okay?
Sounds fine.
Okay. All right. So the next item is the adoption of policies, or a motion to direct the attorney to draft some policies.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
We'd had some brief discussion at the last meeting about inclusion of something regarding absences of the board, and that's not in this draft here. And I think we need to add that to this.
I agree.
Okay, and so what, we, I guess, need direction regarding?
The direction that I would suggest it would be appropriate is to adopt the same absent policy that the other boards have.
Okay,
That
in
was
1 dash.
imposed by the board.
Okay, 1-233
Right,
in the Code of Ordinances, okay.
Alan, are you referring to the operational policy that draft was handed out? I had a couple questions on page 2 of 3 under election and term of office and removal of officers by oversight board. It seemed a little odd that the oversight board may remove any officer elected or appointed by the oversight board other than the chair. And I'm going, why is he?
I had nothing to do with that.
That
can
doesn't,
assure you.
I just don't understand that. Then we've got the shall be elected on an annual basis where we've changed part of that. So I understand
Right.
this is a draft.
It's a
But
draft.
those are some issues.
Right, and so B would be changed based on what the board voted on today,
Yeah.
which would be the 2-year initial annual term for the current chair and vice chair, and then a subsequent annual election. And so what we're referring to is the chair and the vice chair as officers, not complete removal from the body. The appointing authority is the entity that would appoint and remove members of the board from the oversight board. This is just referring to the chair and the vice chair as their officers. And if that needs to be clarified, we can do that.
Oh, it's not this group then.
Correct.
Ms. Penny?
It's,
It
well,
needs to be clarified.
It's office, right, it's just as officers, chair and vice chair.
I also wanted clarification. My position was written into the ordinance, so that would not be included.
Right, this was not intended to remove any one of you from this body,
Okay.
because you do not appoint or remove each other from this body. The appointing authority that selected you appoints and removes from this body. So you have a term, and the ordinance provides for a 4-year term for each of you, and you can only be removed for cause by the appointing authority or if you're no longer qualified under the category for which you were selected. So no, you don't remove each other from this body. This is just for purposes of your officers, for your governance, the chair, and so far you've only selected a chair and a vice chair. Okay? So we'll clarify that.
And can you add just that these policies can be amended from time to time with the majority of the members' vote?
Yes.
Because I think this is super basic, and I think that as time goes on, we should be thinking through this. Maybe if someone wanted to bring, it would almost be good to have a committee of 2 or 3 people that could meet and get deeper, delve deeper into this, so that somebody that probably knows how to put stuff together, a lawyer or somebody like that. So anyway, I just think that it's super basic, and I don't know what we're missing here, just by looking at it.
Well, one of the things that we had discussed just very briefly in the initial meeting was maybe having a retreat at some point where we could talk through in a much, obviously, a deeper way, mission, vision, add things to the governance. I did want to mention the public participation component of this. That's an open question, how you all want to deal with it. I know Angela provided some information about how the county handles it and how other advisory boards and commissions handle public participation, but you all do need to make a formal decision about how you would like to do that. And I'll give you some ideas because I'm not sure all of you have had a chance to look at what Angela sent. You can have a time on each agenda where there's open public participation. You can allow people to speak after each item on your agenda, and it can be either very informal, or you can have a form that people need to fill out in order for the chair to call upon them. So those are the various options that you have in front of you as the Oversight Board. And of course, as I mentioned before, you could come up with something entirely different. Those are just the things that we utilize at the county.
I think this is an important item. I think that the public who essentially put this board together should have an opportunity to speak. I think that I don't think we need to have an open mic item where at the beginning or at the end of the meeting someone can just rant on about something that's irrelevant or something that they want to see. I think it should be based on the items on our agenda, and it should be something, or it could be old or new business that pertains to something we may have done in a meeting prior, and someone wants to visit that. I would be okay. And I'm just suggesting as one member, so please, if you guys have other opinions on this, I would love to hear it. And at the end of every agenda item, if there's some sort of a vote, I don't think it would be out of the way to allow someone to come up and to present or to speak on, for or against, or just to point of information on a line item. And that should happen after we have our discussion. I don't want to point into the audience and say, hey, come on up. What I'm thinking is that we have our discussion, and if there's anybody in the audience that would like to speak after that, we can do it. Or we can let them speak prior, which is what I see the county commission do. So I'm open to any discussion in that regard as well.
Alan, I think we need some way of knowing whether it's one person or 20 people. I don't know whether it's a sign-up sheet at the beginning, so we know how much time we need to allocate, but I wholeheartedly agree. We need to leave the public in as best we can, but some form of sign-up so we know how much time to leave for that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Anybody?
And I think
Go ahead.
Suggest that the policy that we implement needs to state a time frame for how long that discussion or that presentation would occur. I think the kind of normal process the county uses is like 3 minutes or
2 minutes.
reduce that to 2.5.
It's 3 minutes for individuals, and when there are large groups, again, going back to if you're going to have 20, 30 people speaking on an item, they will sometimes reduce it to 1 or 2 minutes at the chair's discretion.
George, I thought you wanted to say something.
No, I just wanted to support, public participation. I mean, this is our role here to take input from the public and provide oversight to, the county's actions. So I'm open to, whatever the consensus is here in terms of that.
But a sign-in sheet at the beginning to say, I would like to speak about this item,
Yep.
Right.
should be
Correct.
a normal part of our pre-meeting material that we receive. And also, the county has a process for delegation where somebody from the public, not necessarily an item on the agenda, but can make a request in advance to have a slot, again, time limited, to discuss a particular item that is of their concern. And there are policies in place and forms in place relative to making those delegation requests.
That's correct. There's a delegation request form, and there are also sheets, speaker forms that individuals, members of the public can fill out when they want to speak on a particular item that's on the county commission agenda, and that's handed to the mayor. And as those items are called, then the members of the public who have signed up to speak on a particular item are called to the podium to address the commission before the board discusses the matter, because that way the members of the board are able to factor or consider the input from the public during their discussions.
Okay, that sounds good. So, one, you can sign up to speak pre-item, and then when do you suggest we put the if you want to speak on a matter that's either old item from the previous meeting or anything that pertains to our job? I mean, is that at the end under new business or old business, or when would you do that, at the beginning of the meeting?
Yes, we would suggest that occur at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, so like public comments.
A public comment section on the agenda.
And then the speakers would be limited to 2 minutes, correct? And then at the discretion of the board, if somebody's standing up who's an expert at something, obviously we can let them speak longer if we want to.
Right.
Okay. Do we need to vote
Or
on
a board
this?
member can ask a question of that individual to
That's
go
right.
beyond that
That's
point
right.
in time.
That's right.
I would like to make a suggestion based on some of the comments that I've gotten when I've been out in the community, that if one of you wants someone to come and make a presentation, that you are able to make that request to the chair and have that added to the agenda. If there's a specific, again, an expert in a field that you feel needs to come before this body, it's just a suggestion.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right. Do we need to vote on that, or can we just apply it to our program, to our procedure? You guys okay with that, or?
There is consensus, I am sure.
I believe so. Okay. That's great.
I have a question.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
in terms of everything that we've been discussing, which has been going from absences, talking about public input, so will we get a draft of what that will look like before we actually vote? Okay, and I just wanted clarity on the absences piece to this. So are we able to be voted off due to absences? Or, because it sounds like, listening to what you said in terms of the ability of this board to remove anyone, that could not be a prerequisite for it.
No, as I was trying to explain, is members of this body elect the positions. Chair and vice chair are the only ones that were selected during the previous meeting. Other boards have, other positions. I don't know if you feel like you need any other officers besides a chair and a vice chair.
Per question. I believe your question was whether or not you could be removed for absences, or whether
Correct.
your removal is only subject to the ordinance and to the action of the appointing authority.
Right.
And I will
Correct.
going to defer to
Yes.
the lawyer.
Right. So, removal, appointment and a removal of members of this board are done by the members of the appointing authority. not among the members of this board.
But I believe the county policy for other boards, it's an automatic termination of the membership. So maybe this would work as the same absence definition would be recommendations to the appointing authority instead of to the Board of County
Number of
Commissioners.
Right. It would have to be a recommendation to the appointing authority as a removal for cause. In the event that this body adopts an attendance policy that would provide for removal after a certain number of absences, it would be a referral to the appointing authority as a removal for cause.
Right,
And that would have to be voted on by the appointing authority.
Well, there should be some language that speaks to a number of attendance and so on, because I'm not seeing that here.
Right, so Mr. Allen recommended that we adopt the attendance policy, that this body adopt attendance policy in 1-233 of the Broward County Code of Ordinances. And, we distributed a copy of this previously, but I can provide it again. But what we will do is modify the draft, the basic procedures that were provided to you for purposes of this meeting for discussion, and include the attendance policy along with the other matters that have been decided by the board today, and then redistribute it. Okay?
That sounds good.
Mr. Chair, there was just one more issue that I wanted to make sure that we covered, and that is notice of meetings. Right now, you all will have a spot on the county's website that is for the Oversight Board off the pennyfortransportation.com website. And the requirements that we're working under are the county's requirements for notice, which are a minimum of 48 hours. But of course, we make an effort to get these documents up at least 2 weeks ahead of time. I'm looking for a little direction about whether or not you would like to keep the website that you have. I know it's probably early, and maybe this is something that we need to talk about at a later meeting, but at least if you all could provide some level of consensus and direction around notice, how you'd like your agenda and your materials to be distributed, if you're satisfied with the process that we're using now, or if you would like something different.
I think that, again, my opinion, right now we have a website. Let's keep it, and then when we have I really think we need to take if we have a workshop or a retreat, that we take it a little, we delve in a little deeper and decide how we want to report out to the public, whether, I don't see a problem with it being under the county's webpage. I think that's where people would probably go look for it anyway. So I think it's in the appropriate place. But what kind of adjustments we might want to make to the site itself or to the page itself, I think 2 weeks advance notice is a good amount of time for folks to be noticed. I think 48 hours is getting a little tight. So the procedure that we're following now, I think, is fine. But again, we're going to have an opportunity, and I don't think it should be too far in the future, but let's get our feet wet a little while, and then when we have a retreat, I think we should really get into the heart of what we're going to be doing or what this board's going to be doing for the next, 30 years? 30 years? Is that what it is? 30 years? Long time.
A board.
I said,
A board, not this board.
no.
I'm not.
Well, when I say this board, I mean the oversight board. I don't mean you or I.
No, I'm,
You won't
but
be
there
around.
is a work plan, though, to put together a public information campaign or program, right?
We're going to be talking about that during the presentation, but yes, we are actively working on an RFP to solicit for it's not just public information, it's marketing, branding, logos, and it will also have a social media component for this particular body.
Great. Yes.
Yeah,
George.
Chair, I just had just a request, and until we, get going with a public information campaign, if we could clearly outline in the agenda which items are voting items and which items are not,
that's a
I think
good
that'd be
point.
helpful to the public.
Okay, so I kind of added, and do we have any more discussion on governance right now? Does anybody want to bring anything else up that we haven't covered? Okay, so I kind of added that other item right after this. So Doug, if you want to lead into that, the discussion about the population.
Well, you apparently, or we sent a motion of support to the county commission the way the...
Put on
Your mic.
This is all new. We had adopted, you had written a letter to the county commission supporting the way the surtax was to be proportioned or whatever. And in response to that, the letter came from the city manager's office of Pompano Beach, and at the last paragraph in that letter of April 1st, he asked us to reconsider distributing the city's share by population. And I think we discussed it. It was something that was brought up by this board with no pressure from the county staff. And I guess in response to this letter, I don't think we want to change our position or see any reason to change our position. So I guess this is this considered lobbying by the city, by Pompano Beach? No?
I don't think so.
No, the cities are, and their attorneys are able to communicate with you all about things. Again, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to point out how lobbying is actually
Okay.
defined in our ordinance.
Well, I don't know that we need to do anything other than acknowledge the letter was here.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I had, as the maker of the of the original item and seconded by Doug, I think the minutes, as I said earlier, are pretty clear in stating that we were not directed by staff, county staff, to do that. We took that upon our own based on the information that we received at the meeting. And I would just note that Gretchen, in her presentations to us, was merely alerting us of an issue that was circulating in the community. And she, in fact, I would note on page 75, 76 of the minutes, I would quote from Gretchen in the minutes, "It's not a place we need to be. It is not an issue that this oversight board needs to tackle because it isn't something they have a lot of influence in. I simply wanted to bring your attention because you are, the board need to know, you have at least to know that the issues in the community because you're going to be contacted by the press." And then later on in the discussion, an independent discussion with Greg Stewart of the MPO, in responding to a question from me, Greg said that basically the 10% population, he recognized that the county did not direct same, and MPO agreed then, and he was quoted, I quote from the minutes, "The ship has sailed. It is up to the county, not to the MPO, to make that decision." At that point in time, I made the motion to move forward with a letter to the county commission alerting them of our concern, that we felt that deviated from the ordinance that was approved by the voters, and Doug seconded, and it was passed unanimously by this board. And relative to the letters, my concern is not so much the position taken by Pompano, the city manager of Pompano, but in fact the city manager of Weston's letter, which was attached, which was calling on us to hire an independent staff and create a whole new bureaucracy to manage us away from the county. And I have real concerns with that direction going forward.
So this is one of those items. I received the letter from Weston, and I also received a letter from Pompano. I also received a phone call. And I think that in this regard, we should have, if somebody wants to speak on this, I would like to open that up, provided that if you're going to speak, try to keep it within 2 minutes. I know that we don't have that policy set yet, but that's what I think we should do. So if there's anybody in the audience that would like to maybe, I don't know, have a seat next to Gretchen and speak, I'd be open for that. Okay. All right, so nobody wants to speak. I also want to say something. I was asked why we had hired or we had made a county staff person part of our organization, and I just want to say that I have been around Gretchen quite a bit when we were pursuing a transportation project, and I think that she is very well versed in transportation. I find her to be very professional. I don't find her to be someone that is going to try to sway us, nor do I think that she would sway any of us from having an independent thought as it relates to the surtax. So the members on this board are going to make their vote based on how they feel it meets the referendum, any particular item, and I just feel like bringing that up is, I agree with Mr. Allen. I don't think that it's correct in pointing that out, but people are entitled to their opinion, and I've never been anything but independent, and I'm quite sure that the folks on this board feel like they're going to be looking at this thing on their own and within their own profession or as a person from the public, and so I think I'm very happy with the way the board is set up here preliminarily and going into the future.
Alan, one last thing. In light of your opening up to the public about this issue, is there anyone here today, I'd like to see a show of hands, that would like to say anything to this group today? Not that we will or won't, but is there anyone out there that really would like to say anything to this board today? Okay, then we don't have to worry about any more public input.
Okay, that's
Thank you.
great. Okay, so I think we've vetted that one. We can move on to item number 4, FDOT District 4 presentation from Mark Plass.
Push where it says push? Right, okay. Thank you. All right. Well, once again, thank you very much for having me here. My name is Mark Plass. I'm the District Traffic Operations Engineer with the Florida Department of Transportation. I've worked for the DOT in this capacity since 1999, so I'm very familiar with Broward County and the traffic issues in Broward County. Prior to coming to DOT, I was a traffic engineer for the city of Green Bay in Wisconsin. So I've spent my entire professional career in the public sector as a traffic engineer, for better or worse. So what I'm here today to present on is a program that the Department of Transportation has implemented probably within roughly the last 10 years, and we've been increasingly collaborating with Broward County on this program. It's called Transportation System Management and Operation. What button do I push to proceed with the slide? The green, okay. Okay. So this will be the first in what could potentially be periodic presentations to this group on the theme of transportation system management and operation, which I'm going to start referring to as TSM&O to save time. It's a long spelled out acronym. So I think the thing that is really critical, certainly with this presentation and any follow-on ones, is that it's important for the board to have an informed oversight of potential TSM&O projects. And as we'll see, TSM&O really is a philosophy that's based on managing an existing transportation network more efficiently, largely using technology. So this is a different approach than what has been done in the past in many places, which is simply to add physical capacity to a transportation network, widening roadways, expanding intersections, and that sort of thing. And that's not to say that things like that wouldn't or couldn't continue in Broward County through Surtax funding. But certainly one component I think moving forward is beginning to invest in how we're managing the transportation network. So I think it's important for this group to stay informed, and I'm certainly more than happy with our partners at Broward County to make any presentations you guys would like to hear in the future on this. So this is an overview of what I'm going to be discussing today, where we've been, where we are, where we're headed, and then I'll make a few remarks on connected and autonomous vehicles, which I know is a subject that a lot of people do have an interest in. It's a very dynamic field at this point, and it has major ramifications for transportation in this country. So transportation system management and operation, again, is basically the idea that we can define a transportation network. Think of a network of roadways, such as we have in Broward County. Some are limited access, like the interstate system. Some would be non-limited access. We'd call those arterial roads. And the idea here is, how do we manage the traffic flow on that network to facilitate mobility and to increase safety? And transportation system management really has that as its focus. It has a defined network. It has defined network users. These could be commuters, freight movers, transit users, pedestrians, bicyclists. The users may have their own mobility objectives: reliable travel times, on-time arrival of buses, minimal waiting time to cross the street if you're a pedestrian, things like that. So we have a defined network users, and we want to define performance metrics that are associated with those network users. So we really are in the business of providing mobility to a wide range of network users through TSM&L. You can see why we do it. There's a number of reasons why, but generally speaking, a better managed transportation network equals better and more efficient flow of traffic and safer flow of traffic for all the users of the network. One thing to note here, and this is the last bullet on this slide, is that because transportation system management and operations tends to be technology-based, and I'll get into a little bit more detail later on what I mean by technology-based, but because of that, there is an operations and maintenance component to this. So these are generally IT-based systems that require ongoing and sometimes relatively sophisticated operations and maintenance. And so it's important to understand that if you want to invest in network management, you have to be prepared to also invest in the operation and maintenance of the systems that you're installing, because you want them to perform at a high level to provide the greatest benefit to the users. Okay, so before we talk about what we have today in Broward County in TSM&L, I want to give just a little background. So Broward County, working in collaboration with the Department of Transportation, really started with the application of technology to manage the arterial system back in the late 1980s, in the late 1970s. And through the 80s and well into the 90s, the department in Broward County collaborated on a series of projects to deploy a traffic signal system in the county that allows signals to be coordinated, that facilitates the movement of traffic on the arterial system in Broward County. Broward County has about 1,800 signalized intersections in this system. And so to put this in context, Palm Beach County has about 1,500, Miami-Dade County has about 4,500, and I think the City of London has about 10,000. So urban areas tend to have large numbers of traffic signals. General rule of thumb is you've got a traffic signal for about every 1,000 population in an urban area. And so Broward County's population has grown, the number of signals have grown in the system, and it's increasingly important because of that the signal system be operated as effectively as possible. The average commuter in Broward County in a typical day of commuting encounters 50 signalized intersections. And so the signals and how they're operated, how they're coordinated, really has a significant impact on someone's mobility experience. And it isn't just people in cars, it's people in buses, it's people making deliveries. All users of the network are impacted by the signals. And this is why Broward County and the DOT have invested over the decades a lot of resources in establishing, maintaining, and operating the arterial system. So starting in the mid-90s, the Department of Transportation began to deploy technology on the freeway system in Broward County, and that's what's shown on this slide. And basically what we've done is, through this building, in fact, and you're going to get a tour later in the day of the traffic management center in this building. This is where the county and the department are co-located to manage traffic on the freeway system and the arterial system. Through a traffic management center and through a communication system, we meaning the department, began in the 90s to deploy technology on I-95, I-75, I-595 that allows us to monitor traffic conditions in real life. You'll see that when you take the tour. We've got cameras, we've got traffic data collection devices, we've got dynamic message signs that we use to post messaging that alerts motorists to conditions on the road. We've got data collection devices that allow us to measure the volume and speed of traffic on the road. And all of these things are bringing data back into the traffic management center where our operators take that data, they analyze the data, and they apply operational protocols to respond to a variety of things. Most of what we respond to would be incidents that may impede the flow of traffic on a given roadway, we'll say I-95. And so we're really geared toward trying to minimize the amount of time that lanes are blocked or other conditions exist that are going to negatively impact the flow of traffic on the interstate system. And so this is what we call incident management. Beyond that, we, as you know, have been deploying express lanes. The express lanes have a tolling component that allow us to optimize the throughput on the interstate system where we have express lanes. These have been very successful. They've been able to increase operating speed in general on the interstate. They've been found to operate safely and effectively, and this is a major component of the department's TSM&O toolbox, if you will, as it applies to freeways. We will be installing what we call ramp signals on most of the on-ramps in Broward County. Ramp signals have existed in Miami-Dade County for probably 15 years now, and they exist in many urban areas around the country. Basically, what a ramp signal is it's a traffic signal that meters the flow of traffic from an on-ramp onto the main line of a freeway. Why do we want to do that? Well, we want to do that because at certain times on the freeway it's very congested, and traffic trying to force its way onto the freeway from an on-ramp can significantly increase that congestion. And so we are deploying the system of ramp signals. You'll see those become operational within the next 6 months in Broward County at certain locations. They'll be on, again, most on-ramps in Broward County and most on-ramps in about the southern third of Palm Beach County. Again, Miami-Dade County has used a system like this very, very successfully. So when we talk about TSM&O on the freeways, we're really talking about incident management. We're talking about express lanes, and soon we'll be talking about ramp signals. And the intent here is to maximize the safe and efficient flow of traffic on our interstate system. So in a nutshell, that's what we're doing in TSM&O on the freeways. Now, you take a look at the last bullet on this slide, and this is something that says results. And without getting overly technical, a travel time index basically tells you if I go from point A to point B during a peak period, how much longer does it take me to get than an off-peak period. So a travel time index, in this case, we have an example from, actually 2 examples. 2018, this is the overall travel time index on all of the interstates that we are managing in Broward County. So it's 595, 95, I-75. We have a travel time index at 1.31, which basically means that if you're traveling from point A to point B on one of these roadways during a peak period, it's going to take you 31% longer than it would if you were in an off-peak period. So the goal is to keep travel time indices as close to 1 as you can. The reason I put this up is not to report on the raw numbers of the index, but to point out again that TSM&O is performance-based. We measure our performance, we report our performance, and we look at the performance trends and use that as input to improve key processes that we use to manage traffic. And this is fundamental to investment in TSM&O. It's performance-based. You're measuring the outcomes that you're providing to the system users, and you're taking the trends in those outcomes and bringing them back into your operational protocols. Okay, so the other component of our program is on the arterials, and as I noted earlier, this is something that we've been doing in conjunction with Broward County very successfully, really since the late 1970s. And what we started doing about roughly within the last 10 years ago is the department recognized that there was value in applying the same philosophy that we've been using on the freeway system, which is real-time monitoring of traffic conditions and real-time response to incidents, to the arterial system. And so we call this active arterial management. And so what we're doing, and again, you'll see an example of this later in the day when you take the TMC tour, is we are now putting operators in this facility that are monitoring certain key arterials in Broward County, and using traffic signal control as a way to enhance the mobility on those arterials. So we're installing cameras on the arterials, we're installing fiber optic communication on these arterials, we're installing dynamic message signs that can provide indication to motorists of lane blocking events, things like that. We're installing data collection devices on these arterials that allow us to understand the performance of traffic on them, volume and speed of traffic, the composition of traffic. The arterial network that we have is shown, or at least the current arterial network that we have right now is shown on the map on the slide. And we would anticipate potentially through the program that you guys are overseeing of working collaboratively with Broward County to expand this network. So the initial network of actively managed arterials basically is comprised of arterials that carry a lot of traffic, that have large numbers of traffic signals, and have large numbers of transit users. We believe that these are arterials that applying the philosophy of actively managing them is really going to have a good return on investment. The last component of this slide talks about results. And here, again, you don't need to focus too much on the numbers. The number that's being reported here is the number of signal timing changes we're making through the active arterial management program. The idea here is that working in collaboration with Broward County, we're monitoring what's going on, and we're changing the signal timing in response to events that we're seeing, and longer term, we're changing it proactively to avoid events that are going to impede traffic flow on the arterial system. So the more signal timing changes we're making, generally speaking, means we're using the system more and more effectively with Broward County to benefit the motorists. Again, remember, daily commuter encounters at least 50 traffic signals a day. So the better the county and the department are able to work together to focus on arterial management, the more impact, or the more positive impact we're going to have on traffic flow in the network. Okay, let's shift into the future now. So we've talked a little bit about freeway management and how this is done with technology through a traffic management center. We've talked a little bit about arterial management. Again, it's a lot of the same technology, fiber optic communication, various devices that allow an operator to monitor a network in real time and then make decisions about how to control traffic on the network in real time. So a couple things that we're looking at here in the future. On the freeway side, I talked briefly about ramp signaling. This is something that over time you're going to hear more about, see more about. We're actually making presentations now to groups of elected officials and representatives from cities in Broward County in which ramp signals will exist on what is ramp signaling, how it works, why it's beneficial, and so on. So this is a program that's coming. Integrated corridor management is the other thing that I wanted to touch on. The department, the county, and the Broward MPO several years ago received a grant from USDOT to develop an operational plan for what we call integrated corridor management. And what integrated corridor management is it's basically combining arterial management and freeway management. So this would be an example. So on I-95, you imagine I-95 runs north and south. You've got two major arterial corridors that parallel it. Well, roughly parallel it, State Road 7 and US 1. And so integrated corridor management would say that we should be managing all three of those north-south routes as a whole and be able to maximize the availability of the capacity on those routes to move north-south traffic. So if there's an event on I-95 that causes a lot of traffic to have to detour off of I-95, we want to be able to get it over to a parallel arterial route and then move it up the parallel route as effectively as possible. And we do that using the protocols that we implement here in the Traffic Management Center, signal timing operation and that sort of thing. So integrated corridor management is something that we're beginning to lay the groundwork with, again in collaboration with the MPO and the county. This is something that you're seeing in other major urban areas that recognize that because of the events that they could have in a typical day that are disruptive to traffic flow, there has to be much more of a network-based approach to how traffic is being managed. The arterial component, a couple things to point out here. We do have integrated into our active arterial management a transit signal priority component. Transit signal priority is effectively a system that allows traffic signal controllers on transit routes to recognize the approach of a transit vehicle and to modify the operation of the traffic signal to extend the green time to allow the transit vehicle to pass through the signal. And so the point of transit signal priority is to increase the mobility of transit vehicles and to help them adhere to their schedule. What's of fundamental importance in transit vehicles is not necessarily how fast they're going from point A to point B, but how well they adhere to their schedule. And so transit signal priority is fundamental to our philosophy of traffic signal control in the county, and I know it is with Broward County traffic as well. And this is an important component of what we're doing in the arterial control system. The other thing to point out here, the last bullet, this is called context-sensitive arterial control. So what is this? So 20 years ago, if you talked about arterial control in an urban area, basically what you were talking about was how do I coordinate the traffic signals in such a way to move as much traffic as fast as I can from point A to point B. And the only user group really back then for traffic signal control was people in cars. Context-sensitive traffic control means you understand the area in which the traffic signals are located, you understand the area needs for traffic signal control. So for example, in downtown Fort Lauderdale, there is likely in some components of the network less of an interest in let's move as much traffic as fast as we can from point A to point B, and more interest in how do we facilitate the crossing of the street by pedestrians? How do we facilitate the movement of transit vehicles? How do we facilitate the safe movement of bicyclists? So it's an understanding of the context in which the road is in and which the signals are in. And this is something that we've been working actually quite a bit with the city of Fort Lauderdale, identifying ways that we can become increasingly context sensitive in that area. This is something we can apply to all cities in Broward County to tailor the traffic control, to tailor the arterial control to something that is locally value-adding, locally meaningful, and is beneficial to the network. Okay, so I noted earlier that a major component of TSM&O is a communication system. You're installing a communication system, generally it's fiber optic, because of the large amount of data that a fiber optic system can carry. So you have a large communication system. The question is, can we get more value from that communication system beyond simply plugging in devices that monitor and control traffic? And so one of the things the department is starting to do is infrastructure monitoring. We want to use the investment that we've made in the communication system to begin to integrate devices into it that allow us to monitor things like the structural health of the Henry Kinney Tunnel and other components of that. So this is something that you will see more of, not only in Florida, but nationally. Infrastructure monitoring is an important thing. It allows the people that are responsible for the maintenance of bridges, tunnels, and other infrastructure to be increasingly proactive in how they maintain it and manage it. So we've made the investment to install communications, and it's a growing network, and I think that through the Surtax-funded program, the network could well continue to grow. One of the things we want to look at is what other things can we plug into it that add value to others. And so this is an example of a project that we're working on. Similar example here, infrastructure monitoring as it applies to intercoastal bridges. Now this really has two components, this example. One is that, again, a bridge, a bascule bridge, a lift bridge, has lots of moving parts, lots of systems that need to be monitored. We want to be able to monitor that remotely if we can, so we can take advantage of the communication system that we're deploying for traffic management and plug devices into it that allow us to monitor things like intercoastal waterway bridges. This example is also showing that we want to integrate bridge operation into how we're operating the network. So if there's a malfunction in a bridge, if there is a bridge that's going to be up for some long period of time, we want to be able to notify drivers of this and reroute them around it. So it's having an awareness of things in the network that could cause disruption to the network and be able to tell people, or at least give people optional routes to avoid that. And the way we do that is we plug more devices into our fiber optic network that allow us to monitor more and more of what's going on and then be able to react to it. Okay, so I'm going to make a few remarks now on autonomous and connected vehicles, and I will preface this by saying I am not an expert on either one of these, but this is what I've been able to discern in my observation, I guess, of these fields. So autonomous vehicles, you know, is something pretty much everyone in this room, I'm sure, has some idea of what autonomous vehicles are. Generally speaking, what an autonomous vehicle is it's a vehicle that's able to sense its environment to some extent and is able to control itself to some extent based on what it's sensing in the environment. So there's different levels of autonomous vehicles. A lower level of autonomous vehicle is a vehicle with cruise control, where you set the cruise control, it's monitoring what's going on, and it just drives the car at whatever speed you set it at. Most people, when they refer to autonomous vehicles, are thinking about a vehicle where you get into the car and there's no steering wheel and it drives itself. So this would be the highest level of autonomous vehicles. Though the issue here is that right now what you're seeing in this country, and in the automotive industry, at least as far as I can tell, is you're probably increasingly at about the midpoint here, where cars are becoming increasingly outfitted with systems that allow the car in more and more circumstances to effectively drive itself. There still needs to be human interaction if the car detects something in certain situations, but increasingly you're seeing these sorts of things. You're also seeing things that are becoming standard equipment on cars, backup cameras, parking assist systems, things like this. So it's basically adding technology to the vehicle that allows the vehicle to operate independent from the driver more and more often, or under more circumstances, and also provides a greater level of assist to drivers. So why are autonomous vehicles of interest? Well, you know, if you can get to a point where you're taking advantage of technology to be able to supplement what a driver can or cannot do, you're probably going to end up with overall a higher level of safety in a transportation system. This is really the long-term vision of autonomous vehicles. There is a school of thought that says, too, that if you had a large population of autonomous vehicles, fully autonomous now, that are driving themselves fully, you might have better operation on our roadway network. The question, however, is going to be, at what point would this country be where a large percentage of vehicles are fully autonomous? And there's a whole range of guesses on this, and I emphasize the word guess on this. Some say 10 years, some say 40 years. It's a long period of time, potentially, until you're going to see a large percentage of fully autonomous vehicles. There's going to be some early adopters of autonomous vehicle technology. Shuttle buses, in fact, there's an example of one on the slide here. This is a demonstration project of a shuttle bus in Gainesville on the University of Florida campus. So campus environments are probably going to be early adopters of autonomous control. You probably will see certain taxi services. For example, taxis that run on well-defined routes, say, for example, between an airport and a downtown hotel complex. Something like that, I think, is also going to be an early adopter of autonomous technology. The question always is that what is the role of a DOT and what is the role of county government, or we'll just say what is the role of the public sector in general with respect to this? And I will say that it is unclear to me exactly what the role of DOT should be at this point, other than to stay informed of what's going on in the industry at certain levels, to be able to support legislation that will facilitate the increased deployment, testing, refinement of autonomous technology. But in terms of let's install these systems or build these things, it's unclear to me what that would be at this point. So my advice to this group would be is that this is something that we definitely want to stay current on, and we want to understand what the best practice is in autonomous vehicle application as it applies to the public sector. Connected vehicles, what a connected vehicle is it's essentially a vehicle that has a device within the vehicle that allows the vehicle to talk to other vehicles that have a similar device. Think about walkie-talkies, kind of. They're able to talk to one another, and the vehicle can talk to various components of infrastructure, traffic signals, maintenance of traffic devices, flashing beacons, things like that. So the idea behind a connected vehicle is that you've got standards that allow the vehicle to communicate with other vehicles and the vehicle to communicate with the infrastructure. So why is that important? Well, unlike autonomous vehicles, which can't see ahead down the road, in theory, if we had enough connected vehicles running down the road at the same time, the vehicle at the front of the group could report back to the vehicles at the back of the group that there's a lane blocking event. So this is kind of a visionary approach to what connected vehicles could do. They can see ahead, they can see around corners, they can see through buildings in a sense, because there's lots of them out there. The autonomous vehicle can really only see what's around itself and react to it. The difference, I think, at this point in terms of the status of these two things, one is at the autonomous vehicle level, it's pretty clear to me that certainly at the federal level, there's a real interest in facilitating the ongoing development and deployment of autonomous vehicle technology. And so there does not appear to be at this point much of an emphasis placed on restrictive legislation, rules, things like this. That could eventually come. But right now, I think it is more the focus on how do we encourage the development of this technology. The connected vehicle technology, for connected vehicles, at least in my opinion, to have a real significant impact on a transportation system, you have to have a lot of them. So in other words, if you only had 1% of the vehicles on the road at any point in time connected, you're not going to get nearly the benefit you would if you had 90%. And so for connected vehicles, again, in my view, ultimately to really have a significant impact on the transportation system, you have to have a large percentage of the vehicle fleet being connected. And so the history of the connected vehicle industry is about 20 years ago, the federal government allocated a certain component of the transmission bandwidth to what they call dedicated short-range communication. So these are devices that can communicate up to about 1,000 feet. And they're sending messages and they're receiving messages. And so you can sort of see right up front, this could be things that they could be in cars, and they're talking to one another. And so the federal government designated a certain component of the spectrum for that about 20 years ago. Concurrent with that, industry began to develop these dedicated short-range communication devices. That goes by the acronym DSRC. And they began to develop those, and they began to develop the rules that they would use to communicate. How do they communicate? What sorts of things did they communicate, and so on? The issue at this point is that there's no mandate that the automotive industry put these devices in their vehicles. As I understand it, there are two automobile manufacturers today that have chosen on their own to do this. One is Toyota and the other is Cadillac. But there's no mandate. There is, as I understand it, a proposal at the federal level to introduce legislation that would mandate all automobile manufacturers have to put these DSRC devices in their cars to allow the cars to be connected by some period in time. I think it's 2023 or 2024. But this hasn't made any progress. So at this point, there is no guarantee that you're going to have a requirement that all automobile manufacturers become connected, or in other words, have these devices. It's not to say that individual manufacturers can't do this on their own, and there are some manufacturers, BMW and Audi are examples, where they've entered into agreements with traffic signal controller manufacturers to get access to the traffic signal controller database. So if I'm in a BMW that has this feature, the car can tell me how much longer until that signal turns green, you know, and things like that. But that's a separate, standalone kind of proprietary arrangement that they have. As it stands now, though, at this point, there's no mandate that the entire industry go to something like this, as I understand it. The other issue that's arisen is that when the federal government allocated this bandwidth for dedicated short-range communication 20 years ago was about the same time that the telecommunications industry in general said, well, we're also interested in this bandwidth. And what's now happening is there's an interest in what they call 5G network. So this is the next level of communications network at the cellular level, more sophisticated than the 4G network we're in now. And I guess not surprisingly, you know, entities that are interested in rolling that out are also interested in the bandwidth that was allocated 20 years ago for connected vehicles. So the bottom line here, I think, is that unlike autonomous vehicles, where it seems pretty clear that they're going to continue to develop, I think certainly at the federal level at this point there's going to be extent to kind of get out of the way and let this industry continue to move forward. It's not to say that at some point there might not be, let's take a step back and begin to figure out how to regulate this, but at this point it's moving forward. Connected vehicles, they could still well have a future. It's a bit less clear to me what that's going to be simply because of the issue with the bandwidth, and there not being a mandate at this point, as I understand it, that all vehicles have to be equipped with these devices. So, as with autonomous vehicles, it's important for this group to stay current on developments in the connected vehicle arena, and this is something certainly that the department would be more than happy to provide updates as we're asked to do. Okay, so what do we see, we meaning the department, what do we see as our role in supporting the Oversight Board? So the first bullet here is important, and that is, and you know, we are prepared to work with the county to plan, design, and deliver TSM&O projects on the state highway system or that include a part of the state highway system. We understand in Broward County, You've got a network, some of it is a state highway system, some of it is non-state system, but at the end of the day, we need to have an integrated network. And so there may well be instances where projects come, or projects are proposed that would be partially on the state system and partially not on the state system. And, as I've noted here, we're prepared to help with that. We're also prepared in a general sense to help with the master planning of the expansion of the entire TSM&O network in Broward County, working collaboratively with the county to do this. DOT has done some master planning for its arterial system. I showed you a map earlier of the Broward County component. We're going to continue to update that master plan to look at other state highway system arterials that we think need to be actively operated. But we also recognize, again, that it is one network, and it's important that we help support the county in overall planning efforts associated with TSM&O. We can help reinforce key concepts to this group. TSM&O is something that's not your typical, we added a left turn lane, we added a right turn lane, we added another lane. It's IT-based, so it's not always obvious what it is. And so I think this is something that, because the Surtax-funded program may well include a TSM&O component, it's important that this group, to be able to provide informed oversight of this, get periodic updates on the key concepts, to be able to keep them in mind and to be able to make informed guidance on these types of projects. Industry updates, this would be autonomous and connected vehicles. As these industries continue to evolve, this is certainly a forum that we can share that information. And I also think this is a forum that it would be good, for this group to see projects that we've implemented and the results of these projects, different elements of this overall concept of TSM&O. What are they? What do they look like? What are they doing? What has their performance been? What were the investments required, particularly the operations and maintenance investment, and really get down into a little bit more detail on that and what this is. How are you successful in the realm of TSM&O? And, this is really it. You want to ask questions. I think it would be good at some point for there to be a presentation made on the TSM&O master plan, at least the DOT's component of it, and ultimately it's going to become increasingly collaborative. Broward County Traffic, Broward County Transit, other entities will be providing valuable input into this. But the more you stay informed, the more you stay current, the more you understand the plan, the more you're going to understand if and when TSM&O type projects, get into your purview, what they are, how they work, why they're beneficial, the obligations for operations and maintenance that are associated with them, and I think most importantly, how they fit into the overall scheme of a plan for Broward County. And that's it. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, man.
Can we ask questions?
Yes.
Does anybody have any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
And related to connected vehicles, is the FDOT or county doing anything currently with fire, rescue, police vehicles so that we can clear intersections and move at this time?
I can't speak to all the details of that, but I know that DOT and Broward County have collaborated for many years on traffic signal preemption for emergency vehicles. And they have been installed, systems of these devices have been installed over the years on key fire rescue routes. And this is something that I believe the county continues to be open to. Most large urban areas do have that ability, and they are able to implement that ability through the signal system. So yes, they do exist, and certainly this is going to be a component of what we want to do moving forward with active arterial management.
Shay?
So when I see something like this, I think of disruptors and the opportunities actually that may be there. So let me give you a solid example of that. So in my industry, I spend actually a fair amount of time thinking about how artificial intelligence and blockchain, for example, will complete audits and tax returns, 20 years from now. So when I see something like this, I mean, what's the role in future technology and even the opportunity that's there? For example, computer systems that are analyzing this data, and is any of that happening where they're looking at it and saying, hey, I'm going to make a split-second decision and reroute something? I would imagine as those systems advance, we may have an opportunity to put in, more advanced systems, and I mean, even like fiber optic technology and, you know, the cost may be coming down on some of that stuff, but there's got to be an intersection there, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah, no, that's an excellent point. And, you know, I would say that if you looked at, in this country where venture capital has gone in the last 3 years, a really large percentage of venture capital in this country is being invested in mobility services companies that are doing the type of analytics you're describing. You know, we are seeing the traffic control industry evolve from, when I started my career, we called it pre-timed, meaning that the controllers did whatever they were programmed to do regardless of what was going on around them for some period of time. And it's evolved now into adaptive control, which is controllers with the type of analytics that you're referring to that are able to make very quick decisions on, based on these traffic conditions, this is what we need to be doing. So they're smarter. And in fact, Broward County and DOT are currently collaborating on the deployment of adaptive control. And I believe this is going to be a fairly significant component of what would be the future of TSM&O, at least in some corridors in this county. The future of this, though, is to not be good at putting out the fires, but to avoid the fire in the first place, which means prediction. And so data analytics is becoming increasingly important. You know, this is a theme that I think might be of interest to this group at some point, as to, you know, how does that resonate in the field of traffic management?
I have a few questions. I kept notes. On the on-ramp, going onto the ramp and the traffic signalization, is that going to require any kind of construction of a longer feeder lane to, because, you know, if you look at like Oakland Park, heading west, getting on I-95, that's a road I'm on all the time, and it gets jammed with cars that are trying to feed in, and I get the whole concept of putting them in increments. But will that cause congestion at the intersection or at the on-ramp and in that area where cars are trying to maybe go west and through?
You're talking about on the arterial,
That's right, feeding into I-95 or 595. Or
yeah, that's a very good question. And the way the system will be operated is that it's not going to be a dumb pre-time system. It will be monitored at all times, and we have, the system is designed to detect traffic when it cues back to a certain point down the ramp toward the arterial to disable the ramp signaling.
Gotcha.
And get back to free flow.
That makes sense. And then speaking to the tunnel and to the bridges, for instance, again, you're hitting things that affect me on a daily basis, I can assure you, but the tunnel, for instance, which affects people getting to 595 as well as getting to the airport. Seems to me that is one of the worst bottlenecks that we have in downtown, along with maybe Broward Boulevard heading to I-95. And but yet it's such a fixed structure, and if we're going to rehab it, how do we increase the traffic going through 2 lanes? You know, and then just kind of speaking to bridges, shouldn't we be looking at how to maybe add another lane on a bridge, or is that something that can be solved by traffic signalization and a more efficient communication system?
Yeah, well, I would say that TSM&O is not a panacea. And so you're right in your observations that there are locations, the tunnel, the bridges, and so on, that it would be, perhaps a good thing if you could physically expand them. It's a question of the cost, the impact to do all of this. And so what TSM&O can do is it can help reduce the impact of congestion through things like tunnels and bridges by just simply understanding the traffic flow there and being smarter about how it's being managed. And so when I noted earlier that we're doing, or that we will be doing, infrastructure monitoring with respect to the tunnel, what I also should have noted is that we're also including the tunnel in our managed network on the roadway system. So we're going to be able to monitor traffic there. I know one of the real issues in the tunnel is that, say you're going northbound, and you're going up a fairly steep incline, at least for Florida, or South Florida, it slows the traffic down. And so the issue is, do we need to change the operation of the traffic signal at US 1 and Broward Boulevard to take this into account? When we can monitor that network and watch what's going on, we can be in a position to do that.
Right.
Bridges is an issue, because when the bridge opens, traffic is stopped. Only certain movements are allowed to go on either side of the bridge. But we're going to start monitoring those intersections, and we're going to incorporate those into our TSM&O network and begin to deploy or implement special timing plans to clear that traffic out more effectively.
And so then that leads me to the next question, which is the marine industry is feeling a little bit of burn on just Brightline and the number of crossings that happen at the New River. And when you start to manipulate the bridge for traffic, which I'm just bringing up issues that are occurring, are you going to get any pushback from the marine industry on lowering the bridge more often so that, you know?
Yeah.
You know,
Well, okay, so, maybe I wasn't clear in this. We're not manipulating the bridge. We're simply reacting to the bridge when it opens. We don't have any control, we meaning the TSM&O group, the DOT as it's operating with Broward County, doesn't control when the bridge opens. But we can control the impact that opening has on traffic in the surrounding network. We're also sensitive to the fact that, you know, as Brightline is, you know, running through an urban area here in Broward, well, particularly Fort Lauderdale, and it's got however many trains a day are planned. It's a lot. It goes through these crossings, the gates come down, the signals are preempted, and so one other component of our TSM&O program is to look at the train corridor as a corridor that needs to be managed.
Right.
And what do we do to minimize the impact to arterial flow on this? So you're right that both of these things are impactful. And again, the more we understand the network, the more we're able to monitor it, the more we can do to at least reduce the impacts of these things.
right. Do we have other questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Is there fiber optic in most of the major corridors in Broward County that would, I guess, deal with the arterial management piece of it, where you can monitor, track activity?
Yeah, so
For example, like the commercial Sunrise.
Most of the major arterials in Broward County either have fiber optic or will have fiber optic communications that will allow us to plug cameras in and other devices to monitor them. We probably have about roughly 100 miles, I'm going to guess roughly 100 miles of arterial in Broward County now is being actively managed by the department. These are all in the state highway system, and they all have fiber. And our intent is to, over time, working collaboratively with the county, perhaps through this program, expand this network, expand the fiber, and expand the value we can add through that.
So is it through the master plan that you could see what's programmed or what's available or what's going to happen?
The master plan would show what we currently have and what is anticipated to be programmed by the department.
And where is the master plan that we could see it?
Well,
Is it on a
I don't have it with
website?
me, but we can certainly
No, but
share
I'm
it,
saying,
yeah.
is it on a website that?
Actually, on the Penny for Transportation website, we
Okay.
actually have all of the FDOT current plans,
Okay.
and then all of the fiber that the county is proposing to lay as part of the Surtax program, and I can pull it up for you
Okay.
at any point today and show it to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, one last one.
No, that's all right.
No, you were next.
No, I was just curious about the budgeting of what's being proposed. Has that been developed yet? Okay, great. And so will we be able to see some of the trades that are being identified in terms of the work that needs to be done in the future?
When you say trades, do you mean professional?
Professional trades.
I don't think that those are called out specifically, but I can say that in general, with projects like this, you're going to have a certain percentage of it is what we would call civil works, meaning digging stuff. So you're going to be, for example, trenching to put fiber optic in. You're going to be building foundations. So it's structural work. But a major component of it is systems engineering, systems integration, IT-based work. Traffic signal control work is electrical engineering as well, electrical engineering technicians,
Right.
things like that.
So that's what I'm interested in, and professional services as well,
Sure.
just to make sure we're able to.
So
meet goals?
later today, actually, as part of our budget presentation to you, we'll have a discussion, and I'll bring up our Public Works folks who are proposing fiber optic as part of our FY19 projects.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Is it possible to tell us how many of these traffic lights we have traffic signalization control? We're doing it today. Is it 10%? Is it 40%? Because a lot of people say, wow, we're going to finally get our traffic synced so we can move people. How much of that is in effect today, and how much is going to be in effect tomorrow, or when?
I would say right now we have about 15% of the signals, in the county actively managed. Now, all of the traffic signals in Broward County are part of a network and are being operated as a signal system. But about 15%, roughly, are actively managed, meaning from this facility downstairs, we've got operators that are watching what's going on and are reacting to things that are going on.
So is our goal, and are the projects coming on board to someday will be 70 or 80 or 90% plus the new streets you're adding to the system?
Yeah,
Is
the
that
goal-
in the program?
Yes, the goal would be to expand this to the arterials that need it, and in general to upgrade the communication and upgrade controllers where they need to be upgraded. They may not be actively managed because the system doesn't necessarily need that, but those areas do need upgrades in the infrastructure.
Go ahead, Mr. Allen.
Going back to your discussion relative to connected vehicles, is there a role there to be played by applications such as what we have on our mobile phones now? I think it's Waze or Google Map or whatever, to be able to access the information from people's individuals cell phones and see who's on the road and what are their destinations and how does that impact the signal system, et cetera?
Well, our role with respect to a company like Waze, meaning the Department of Transportation, has been to make sure that they have access to data that we collect that they would find useful. Systems like this tend to become better as more people use it. And so the system is effectively generating information from data that its own users are generating, and not so much from a third party like a DOT. But I will say, and you do bring up a good point, that there is another element to TSM&O, which is generally outside the purview of the public sector, and that is these private third-party mobility service providers like Waze, like Google Traffic, companies like this. And there are more and more of them, being funded and finding success in different niches in this. And so what we want to be able to do as we collaborate with the county on TSM&O is understand what these services are and how best do we take advantage of them. Whether we would play a direct role in their business model or not, I'm not sure. I suspect probably not in most cases. But we need to be able to use them as tools to help what we do.
I guess the point I was making is if we're allowing them access to our data on closures or accidents or whatever that they can program into their system, shouldn't they be able to give us the information that they have, not particular individual who is that driving that car, but that information of that transportation link that's occurring out there on a real-time basis, and use that information to program our traffic signals or our other programs, is what I'm saying. It's, I guess, a quid pro quo.
Sure.
We give you the data, and we want this back.
In an ideal world, that would happen. At this point, I think you see at the state, the county, and city levels around this country different efforts trying to do exactly what you're saying with varying degrees of success. But ultimately, I think that a DOT, a county, a city, and all that can become smarter in how they use and interpret the data that these other systems are generating themselves. And again, that gets back into how do you integrate this.
I have one more comment. So something that I hear all the time, either in one of my business groups or on a board that I sat on before, was that buses, the ridership is low, nobody's riding buses anymore. And, and in the short term, I think the stuff like transit signal prioritization and things like that, that you give the buses better headways, you give them an opportunity to be more efficient. I think that that is spot on what's going to help get folks that really need reliability to be able to take a bus and become a choice rider. But the other thing that I see is some of the future vehicles that you showed. I think equipment is going to be very important. And I'm not speaking to FDOT. I think equipment is going to be very important because as a choice rider, I would bet if you did the analytics on how many people have become have moved away from their car, if not at 100% of the time, maybe 30% of the time, or 50% of the time, their choice, being that they're now choosing a different form of transportation, is falling under Uber and Lyft, okay? And I think that we don't give enough opportunities to people that, believe it or not, they do it because they think, first, they're connected to it through their device, and second, if you look at the University of Florida, which I'm sad to say that Florida State didn't come up with that, but their Gator bus is a very cool bus. And you know what I thought was funny is it was maroon color, which is interesting. But that bus, it's a super cool shuttle, and you're going to get choice riders, especially our future riders, the younger folks, to start choosing to get on those. And I think it's going to be important that a lot of the stuff you talked about for the future is going to fall into play, and we've got to be careful as to what kind of equipment we choose as we move forward with bus transportation, because I think they'll look at it differently if it looks different to them, and if they're able to communicate with it differently, because it's not going to end. It's just nobody really wants to get on a bus for some reason, and we need more ridership in that regard to get out of their cars and get on the bus.
Chair, just one
Sure.
question. Mark, thank you for your presentation. Could you explain, for the benefit of the public, I understand it's all a integrated transportation system, but what is a state road and what is a county road, and any jurisdictional issues that might arise regarding the difference?
Well, the simple version, or the simple answer to that question would be is that here in Broward County, for example, most of the major roads are on the state highway system. So the state highway system really is contemplated as a network of roads that's designed, again, for large volumes of traffic, sometimes moving at a relatively high rate of speed and going relatively long distances. So Commercial Boulevard out in front of the building here is a state highway, at least for some portion of it. So the state has jurisdiction over those roads. It's got jurisdiction over the traffic control on the roads. It's responsible for the design, the construction, the maintenance, the operation of those roads. The county system is really, pretty much the same idea. It has major roads as well, but those are under the county's jurisdiction, and the county would have roughly the same responsibilities. The interface, and that's a good question, the interface here is that ultimately, if you're thinking about TSM&O, you're thinking about a network. And the driver doesn't know if it's a state highway or a county road. The driver doesn't care that it's a state highway or a county road. It doesn't know where the network starts or stops. And so what you're really talking about is that you've got to have a continuous, redundant network and, deployed collaboratively, operated collaboratively, and parts of that network will ultimately be under the responsibility of the county because of where it is located. In other words, fiber optic on a county road, the county would be responsible for all of that. Fiber optic on a DOT road, it would be the DOT. And at the interface points, we would have to work out the protocols as to who's responsible for what. And we've had, I think, a very good track record with Broward County doing that.
Excellent. Are there any more questions?
Just a comment. Thank you for your very informative
Oh, you're welcome.
presentation.
Thank you.
That's great.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Could we take like a 5-minute break, 5 or 10-minute break? Thank you.
It's not live, I don't think.
Okay, all right, let's get started. All right, Greg, how you doing? I think you're next, right?
Yeah, I think that's the idea. At least that's what the agenda says. So we'll see how that works out. As we get everybody into seats, should I go? All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and members, I appreciate the opportunity. This is the second time I've gotten to see y'all, and this is the second time you've met. So I think we're having a little bit of an affair here. That said, I'm actually here to talk to you about the 2045 Metropolitan Transportation Plan. For those of you who have been in the business for a while in Southeast Florida, that's also known as the Long Range Transportation Plan. It is one of those things that the MPO does. And I actually want to talk a little bit about the basics of what an MPO is for those of you who aren't involved in the transportation side of things. While I'm going to get into a little bit of the details here, one of the reasons MPOs were created by the federal government was actually through equity issues that happened during the expansion of the interstate highway system. So when Eisenhower came up with the concept of the interstate highway system, it was to actually move troops from one location to another. What we have done with the interstate highway system since suburbanization and the advent of a pretty good economy overall is we've used it as our local roadway system. So I-95, 595, the Turnpike, I-75, all of those facilities started under construction way back in the day. And there's one particular location, if anybody's on I-95 going northbound just around Sunrise Boulevard exit, there's actually a cemetery there. It is a minority cemetery that is actually, the graves are still underneath the pavement. The MPO exists for that very reason. Because one of the things we all do is we look in economies of scale and we do accounting and we look at it and we say, hey, we can build a road here and this is the cheapest area you can go through. Well, that actually impacts communities. It impacts folks that don't typically have a voice. So the federal government created MPOs to give that voice to not only the citizens, but the local elected officials. And I'm talking local. They really wanted to drill down to the municipal level and say, we need to make sure that our transportation impacts and our transportation projects have equity, understand minority communities, understand the needs where they're going. Just because the land is cheaper doesn't make it the right place to put the facility. And another area for those of you on 95 heading northbound by Cypress Creek, that's another area that was actually taken down. There were houses there. Folks lost their homes. I actually watched that as a child. It was a very fascinating area to actually get involved with. I like to thank Cynthia in particular because I wouldn't be sitting here today if it wasn't for her guidance and leadership to bring me to this point. That said, the MPO in Broward is actually made up of local government officials. We have 37 members, all elected officials, 1 school board member, 5 county commissioners. 1 of the county commissioners represent the Tri-Rail group, or SFRTA as they like to call themselves. And then we also have 31 municipal members, and to add 1 more to the city of Fort Lauderdale because they are the largest city. If you ever have a chance to meet with Frank Ortiz, who is the mayor of Pembroke Pines, he will tell you at the next census he's going to get 2 seats and the city of Fort Lauderdale is going to lose 1. That's just exponential growth that we're experiencing. So you need to do your job over there in downtown Fort Lauderdale if you want to keep that extra seat. That said, the policy that the MPO is supposed to be doing is on local transportation issues using federal and state dollars. So that is where we actually use our modeling staff, our planning staff, and our engineering staff to make transportation decisions. And in the next slide, you're going to see the federal side of the money. Touched on that. But that's really important to understand. I'm going to run this video for a quick second, and that way you can close your eyes for a few minutes and lull. And, then we'll get back to conversation.
Broward County. We live, work, and play around tropical waterways, urban economic centers, and neighborhood streets. It's hard to believe how much we've grown. In fact, we've tripled in population
and technology to address our ever-changing transportation environment.
What's in it for me?
What's in it for me?
What's in it for me?
The transportation system drives our economy and allows local businesses to grow, receive goods. This is how our system works. You get to healthcare, you get to schools. The transportation system is the backbone of basically your entire life.
What's in it for me? What's in it for me? A better job.
Faster commute time.
More places I can go.
Commitment 2045 is an important part of your life. Why is it important to you? Have you ever driven down the street and go, why did they put this turn lane here? Why is that stoplight there? These are things that require your input. So get involved now so that way the things that you know are important to you get included in the future of our transportation system.
Visit us at commitment2045.org and get involved in planning Broward's future together.
So we do a lot of public outreach, and that's one of the hallmarks of our organization. Because understanding that on a technical basis, we know what needs to happen. We actually have the data and analysis to show what projections are going to be, how it's supposed to look. We actually have goals and measures that we create and we analyze constantly. How are these systems performing? What does it look like? What's the pavement look like? How long before you actually have to take that pavement and repave? What does a remilling project going to be? All of this is done on state and federal facilities. We kind of look at county as well. Then we look at needs assessments, and this is an important aspect as you develop planning documents and then go for both federal and state money. Understanding how prioritization works is one of the things that this MPO has been doing for over 41 years. We've been working with Broward County on the Surtax, Gretchen, and we honestly great teamwork with Angela, making things happen in ways that we didn't think necessarily were possible probably a good 10 years ago. When you look at where we're going with our draft cost feasible plan, and this is something also to look at, we do 5-year, 10-year, 20-year, and 25-year financial plans on how these transportation projects are going to get built, why they're phased, how they affect the public, what it means to move traffic during construction, what are its impacts after construction is over with, and then what are those next steps that are going to be necessary to connect things together. In dealing with financial forecasts, we actually are estimating revenues. Sunday night, I'm flying to Washington, D.C. The reason I'm going to Washington, D.C. is, one, I represent MPOs around the nation, elected to their national board. But I'm also meeting with House T&I staff and Senate EPW staff because they're getting ready to do a reauthorization bill. Embedded in that new reauthorization bill is actually going to be similar to what they do with the WRDA bill, and for those of you who aren't familiar, but Phil is, WRDA is actually one of those documents where we fund a whole bunch of port-type projects. They're actually identified in the WRDA bill specifically like projects. So it's not just a formula amount of money, it is actually a full-scale amount of money for a particular project. So they're going to be looking for particular projects, and I haven't had a chance to talk to Gretchen about this because I found out about it pretty quick. And that's going to be things that now that we have this sales tax, we're going to need to get into that document so that way we're up in Washington telling them, yeah, there's this $200 million a year revenue source, and these projects can fit in, and we can then take some of the federal appropriation directly and actually fund these projects. We're actually looking at the financial forecasts of what our revenues are, where they're going, what gas tax is going to look like, what we estimate gas tax is going to look like in 25 years from now, and then we're balancing out the budget because basically this is a giant numbers situation that we have to look at. It's not just, hey, we should build a 6-lane facility, an 8-lane facility, we need more buses, we need more type of transit operations. We're running it through a filter that we call scenario planning. That's something to also look at that goes into the plan itself, and I'll get into a little bit more detail. And then there's something that you're going to probably be tasked with later today and then through the rest of the 30 years of this program. We have this thing called the Southeast Regional Model, and it actually is all the traffic and analysis that goes along and how we estimate lane sizes need to be, where the facilities need to be, how people are moving from their jobs to their homes to education, and how that moves back and forth. Those scenarios through that model actually feed where we decide projects should go, and then we start reaching out to the public to understand if there's an appetite for it. Double-decking I-95 is one of those things that we've had in-house and out-of-house conversations with, and I don't know if there's stomach for that at this point. But that is something that is going to be on our horizon as we talk. Important in our current MTP that we're developing is a transit systems plan. And we're not just looking at Broward County, we're looking at Miami-Dade, we're looking at Palm Beach, and we're trying to figure out how that 25% of our population here in Broward is getting into Miami-Dade and into Palm Beach, and how their 25% of the population is traversing into our county as well. We'll be working with the county, with Tri-Rail, and with all the shuttle operators at the municipal level to understand the integration of that system and how it'll look, and that is kind of going to move forward simultaneously with the Metropolitan Transportation Plan. The MPO itself has 3 simple goals, and this is actually really important. You know, governments, we do a lot of things where we have a lot of words and we say a lot of different things in those words, and we're trying to, you know, get an agreement for 2 sentences. I'm grateful to the board that I have because they said, hey, this is important. We need to move people and goods. It's simple. We need to create jobs. And that's actually one of the backbones of what a transportation system actually does. It's not just the construction jobs or the bus operators or the folks that are going to be manning the traffic signalization that Mark talked to you about earlier, but it's also the fundamental business expansion retention, that area that we are competitive in the national market. Because people aren't going to move their businesses here, they're not going to increase to expand if they can't get around. So we actually use that metric of what type of jobs are created and how this is going to work in how we analyze the impacts of our projects. And then ultimately, that strengthens our communities. And when I say strengthening the community, the backbone of your community is your transportation system. It's how you get to healthcare. It's how you get to jobs. It's how you get to education. So understanding those 3 goals are straightforward, and they really are. But that strengthening community has one more secret thing that is really important. It's actually the ability for local governments, including the county, to fund their general operations. That is a magic thing. Because people don't like paying taxes, although we got that penny sales tax. Awesome job. But typically, most people don't want their property tax to go up. They don't want their sales tax to go up. They don't want their gas tax to go up. How do we pay for infrastructure? How do we pay for the people to maintain the infrastructure? And that's going to be key as the planning goes forward. So we've actually gone, just like the county and all of our partners at the Department of Transportation here in the region, from the idea, and Mark hit it earlier, just moving traffic, moving people in cars, to moving people as a whole. Because holistically, people get around in many different ways. Whether it's in your vehicle, and about 99% of us do that. However, there's also people that get on a bus. There's people that walk to work. There's people that actually walk, and I'm actually accused of being one of them. We build roads, and that's one of the things that's the foundation. When I talked to you about why the MPOs exist, it was because it was all about building roads through people's neighborhoods. Well, we need to look at it very differently. It's how the system actually operates. What does it mean to go between Miami-Dade and Broward? What does it mean to get off of a Brightline train and try to get to a business? How does the TNC operators and all those folks, Uber and Lyft, how is that affecting our last mile connections to our regional transit system? Understanding that system is key to what we do. If you look at how we communicate, when we actually asked for projects, we went out and said to local governments in the county and to the state, give us some of the things that you need to see. We received over 800 requests for transportation projects just here in Broward. The lists of candidates are actually on our website, and right now we're working with our partners to understand how that list fits into the projects of systems. Because the system is actually the most important thing. Building an extra lane on a bridge or on a tunnel isn't ultimately going to fix the problem. It will only push the problem out. When we widen 595, and I'm thankful for the Department of Transportation and District Secretary O'Reilly working on that, that project is now at levels of capacity that won't really get to F for another probably good 15 to 20 years. However, what happened when you get off that road, if you're on University Drive, Pine Island Boulevard, what do? You sit in traffic. Again, not taking that systematic approach to understand this improvement affects that improvement, is very important. So that's what we've been looking at. What we did in January, we don't meet just to share with you all. We don't meet in August and January. So those are the days our board members take off. So in January, we took the opportunity, because the weather's nice and they actually came to the office, we do a board engagement forum. It's not an actual board meeting where they're gaveling decisions on funding, but it's a way to communicate with them on projects. It allowed us to get them into an intimate setting where there was about 10 to 15 members per room, talking about the different aspects of what a plan should look like, how the Metropolitan plan should operate, and what we're going to do with $8.6 billion that we receive. We did a little bit of interactive polling with them. We brought them back up onto the dais, and we had them press a whole bunch of buttons, and that's always fun. They're always trying to beat each other to the punch. But you get to learn a lot about what your elected officials are thinking and how they think the future should look. We've had very, very successful, and I'd like to thank Chris Walton for participating in several electronic town halls where we actually communicate on Facebook Live. We have, went out and actually had 40,000 people, think about that for a second, participating on that particular event that Chris was in, and this was prior to the penny sales tax, but it stimulated the conversation of 40,000 people. Those 40,000 people probably told a good 500,000 people. So one of those things, and so on, is important when you're communicating with messaging in the public. We did an online survey, not as well participated. However, statistically valid. We got 957 responses. Guess what was the number one thing? Mark, if you're still here. Traffic signalization. People are tired of sitting at traffic lights. That's something we can do and do quickly. I really encourage not only this, but the county commission, our board members, our cities, everybody needs to get involved and get this done. While Mark said it is not a panacea, it is something that you can see quickly and it's tangible. Expanding rail options was one of the things that I also found interesting, because since with the failure of the wave and it went out to sea, we know that that's an area that, people get concerned about. And they're like, well, do we really want to have a light rail system? Do we want this? Do we want that? Well, honestly, any big metropolitan area in the world has that. And that goes back to the systems conversation. Because understanding what a system is, it includes all these different options: heavy rail, light rail, buses, community shuttles, traffic signalization, TNC, those operators where you don't even have your own car, you're in somebody else's car. All this fits together. And then if you look at our scenario planning, one thing that's unique to Southeast Florida, but the rest of the country is facing, is ensuring resiliency. And we talk about sea level rise, and we can talk about all the different aspects of that. It affects the transportation system. We were fortunate to receive a very large grant during the Obama administration, and Broward MPO not only studied Broward, but we looked at Palm Beach, Miami-Dade, and Monroe. So right now on our website, you could go, if you look, and find out when every facility is going to have a little bit of water impact. And so understanding what that's going to look like and what that means during the 30 years of this particular sales tax that you're responsible for is actually also very important. If you look at the needs assessment, and this is something that's very important, we identified a lot of the things that are also included in the sales tax, as well as the Complete Streets Master Plan. And while you don't necessarily always look at the holistic view, all of these things fit together nice and neat. The big thing is making it happen, bringing consensus to not only this organization, our organization, the county organization, the municipal partners, and then our regional partners, both in Miami-Dade and Palm Beach. There's over 99 cities in our area of over 6 million people. So then we're actually going through with meeting the partners to talk about reconciliation of the process. Whose projects move first? How does this actually look? How do we work together to make things happen? When we talk about prioritization, when you're talking about on our side, we're required to look at what we do with the $8.6 billion. So we look at mobility, and under that, we're looking at travel. We're looking at vehicle miles reduction. How do we reduce that? What's the person capacity that we can increase? You know, every time you're in a car by yourself, that's excess capacity that we're wasting. Peak period delays, transit travel time, that's all important in dealing with mobility. Accessibility, transit ridership, to activity centers, from activity centers, multimodal connectivity, things that we talked about. High priority on safety. Because there's nothing worse, and we had a fatality last night in Coconut Creek. Every day I read the newspaper, every day I get police reports of where a death has occurred, how this has happened, somebody trying to cross the street. I personally have been hit by a car when I was riding my bicycle. It shouldn't be that way. However, that's a learned behavior that we're going to have to work on. We're looking at high crash locations, trying to figure out what this is trying to tell us. Why are people so impatient? What is going on in somebody's mind that they will clip you with the mirror of their car while riding my bike down Bayview? We used to live in the same neighborhood. Equity analysis, that's super important when you start trying to figure out where these transportation improvements are going to be put. What does it mean to the communities? How does it hit the hardest served, the people that are working 3, 4 jobs just to make ends meet, to put food on the table? Then you have environmental issues, and I touched on sea level rise. Thankfully, because of the ocean breeze, our greenhouse gas emissions kind of blow to the west. And then we have wetlands and historical resources we have to deal with. You know, Broward did a really good job of filling in a lot of wetlands when I was a kid. I watched it happen, but we're done. That time period has ended. 2/3 of this county, thanks to working with Cynthia, we stopped development at a certain line. And now we know that everything has to be east of that levee. And then we look at our economy, and again, that goes back to freight and good movement. Our huge economic impacts that we have with Port Everglades, you know, how do you even begin to understand what that means to our local economy? And then you go look at economic development, and that's going to be the linchpin for our success. Having family that grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, when the steel mills closed and when all of that happened, Pittsburgh had to reinvent itself. Broward County, Southeast Florida hasn't had that issue yet. We have to remain very vigilant as we do our transportation planning and working on the land use side of the equation, that we're always vigilant to make sure our diversified economy is there. So $8.3 billion bucks, we're going to talk about that. The revenues are actually doing better than we had estimated. The MPO directly has control over $564 million. So when I'm talking to my board members and I tell them, please do not burn that in the middle of a bucket in your dais, because they could if they wanted to. They've been very good, but that's only 7% of the total budget. 93% of our total budget goes to state and federal facilities, I-95, Commercial Boulevard, 595. All of those things are set not by the federal government with ears, but by our state legislature. They have made decisions that capacity projects outrank all other things. In urbanized areas like Southeast Florida or Orlando, just building a road isn't the solution. Again, that goes back to that system, understanding what that system means. However, $7.8 billion that we have available to us is restricted to that subject, which is why when I talked about at the beginning, building a double-decker I-95, because we can do very limited things with the money. It has to be for certain things. So that money flies somewhere else. And a lot of times it goes to Orlando. A lot of times it goes to North Florida. When we look at new funding program approach, the MTP actually looked at a funding program, and well, that was pretty cool. So we'll talk about that scenario planning again, and I want to touch on that because we have, where are we now and what does that trend look like? We know how we're growing. We've been growing like this for, what I want to say, 30 years. Compact development is something where we're headed. Because of that buildable line out to the west where 2/3 of the county remains wetlands, now all of a sudden this redevelopment becomes dense. It becomes more supportive for different type of infill. It actually becomes much more supportive for Mr. Walton to run a great transit system that he already does, but it's even going to get greater. Then we have technology. What does that mean? How does the connected vehicle work? How does that autonomous vehicle work? What does that mean to our transportation system? Will we have more real estate on our roadways or less? Right now, I'm of the thought is the more the cars go on their own, the more the cars are going to not be parked in garages. The more the cars aren't parked in garages means there's going to be more cars on the road. So congestion, congestion, congestion. Resiliency. What does that mean? That's the sea level rise, extreme weather events. 2 years ago, I-95 closed in Boynton Beach. And I bet none of us realize that because most of us are staying here. Boynton actually had a very interesting rain event. I-95 not only flooded, but had to be closed because there was too much water on the road. Imagine that happening prior to a hurricane. Imagine our evacuation routes, what that would mean to us. Playing that resiliency card is very important, and understanding that those facilities must be able to be resilient so we can get the heck out of Dodge if we need to. Community vision. Every one of our cities, the county, we all have visions of what we want to be. And that's also important. Sunrise is becoming an urban center. What does that mean for the rest of the area? Plantation wants to build back out their midtown, downtown area. What does that mean for transportation? What does downtown Fort Lauderdale look like now that the wave went out to sea but development is still occurring? All of those things need to be what that vision is. Our regional partners push into the hybrid scenarios because we take all of those things, come up with a scenario, and then the regional planning. And just to share with you, the 3 MPOs down here in Southeast Florida, we actually have a regional plan. And we work together to ensure that all of this stitches in to what Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach are thinking. So what answers are we trying to get from the questions we ask? What is our shared vision for the future? Should the future growth be focused or dispersed? What does that balanced transportation system mean, and what do we want it to look like? How do we integrate transit into this overall view? What does it do, and how do we fund our share for these communities? And then what steps do we need to take to achieve the vision? April of next year, we're going to launch something that is going to be one of those things that affected my life. We're going to call it Vision 2100. And we're going to lay out what this place could look like, not 10 years from now, not 30 years from now, but in 2100. So we're going to take into consideration all those different aspects. Sea level rise will affect the Miami-Dade population as well as some of Southeast Broward. Where is that going to go? Where are those people going to live? How does that affect us? What is it going to look like? How do we build the infrastructure appropriately to deal with that? And our cost feasible, and this is actually very important, so that $8.3, $8.6 billion that I was talking about, we actually have to provide the federal government with, this is exactly how that money is going to be spent over this period. And that is actually, the draft cost feasible has been presented in the various scenarios. We go back to the MPO board in May to get an endorsement of this cost feasible plan. Then we're going to go back out to our member governments to ensure that these projects that we've identified are ready in those time frames. Because just having money isn't always the solution. Having an actual program so you can build it out, a capital program, money is available in this year, construction can start that year, engineering has been done, right-of-way has been purchased, all these things, the sewer and water lines don't need to be replaced after you're done with construction. You need to do that beforehand. Is there enough fiber and conduit underneath the roadway or the sidewalks to carry that future generation of technology that Mark was alluding to? We're going to be seeking resolutions from our partner governments on which projects they think they want to move forward with in the plan based on those funding periods. And ultimately, we're taking this back to the MPO board, which is the authority to do this, is adopted in December. And then we're going to start talking about that long-term vision. We like to encourage you all to stay involved, get active in this, understand that our website is active, and we always look for your feedback. And by the way, I have a fairly large public communications group, and we're out on every social platform there can be. In fact, some that surprise me. But literally, if you look at where we are and the communication that we're having through those social platforms, those communications with the public, I don't care what income level you are, I don't care what race you may be. Everybody is using their phones. They're communicating through apps in so many ways that none of us could have imagined. My 78-year-old mother-in-law has Skypes. She actually has an Instagram page. She actually does, I don't understand half of this. So and she wasn't born in the United States. She came from Ecuador. So understanding that there's this whole group of folks that actually have this technology, it's going to be important not only that we communicate, but I think that's one of your budget items. You need to make sure that you're communicating that way, because that's the way the public is communicating with us. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead. I was going to call in.
Sorry, thank you.
Good.
Thank you, Greg, for your presentation. Under scenario planning and specifically resiliency, I am thinking about the silver tsunami and also tourism. We know that millions are coming in every year, and so I wanted to understand exactly how you're preparing for that.
So we actually look at, there's actually more people that come in and out of Broward than are actually in Broward on any given year or month or week. And so understanding that is actually a really big thing. We pushed in Washington for our friends at USDOT to allow us to look at vacation destination and understanding what that means to communities. Ironically, it was Vail that really pushed hard. And they go, oh yeah, we go to Vail. Yeah, you need to think about what these communities are going to be like when your visitors are there. So we actually have that built into this. We're going to be looking at that impact of the tourist economy and what that means to us and how we can keep it moving. And based on your look, I'm thinking I'm not giving you the answer you need.
No, you're good. You're
Okay.
Good.
Is that it? Okay. Other questions? Doug?
You mentioned, how do we integrate transit as one of your underlying goals? We have Tri-Rail, maybe in the wrong spot. Maybe
Always was.
transferred over partly. We have Brightline without a bridge across the river. And I guess, are you a player or partner in the bridge over the river? And if not, how can you be?
We are. We've actually, Gretchen and I had a nice meeting with the Broward Workshop Transportation Committee the other day. This is more conversations need to be had. There's a lot of moving parts. The reason Tri-Rail is on the west CSX tracks was pretty simple. It was easier to do 28 years ago. And it was part of a mitigation program for widening a 95, which continued to live on. And so, I would love to be able to turn around and tell you today, we've solved all the problems and we can get this done. That's probably one of the most complicated corridors we have to put transit on because it's privately owned. It moves a lot of freight. It goes through every downtown. It's awesome when you think about it from its potential for moving folk, but we don't own it. The tracks to the west, the state of Florida bought them in its infinite wisdom. So it's really much easier to operate passenger rail over there. Brightline, privately operated, soon to be Virgin. Basically, if you look at how they operate, they have a business model. Do we fit into that business model? Probably. How much is it going to cost us? I have no idea. And then how would we build a bridge over the New River in downtown or a tunnel, because I've talked to the mayor, for a private operator with public money? So we really need to have that conversation with all of the partners to figure out how to accomplish that. And trust me, our organization would be all on top of working with the county and all of our partners in the region to make that happen. But things have to unjam.
The money that you said, the federal money that couldn't go to the MPO, the umpteen billion, is that money available for something like this solution to the river?
No, because it's actually roadway-based.
Pardon?
That was roadway-based money. The other money is money we can spend on other things, but really roadway-based improvements are basically that $8 million.
Moving spurs from the CSX to the FEC.
We actually put that in our plan.
Okay.
I'm going to talk about that. That's actually, as long as our board votes for it, We identified funding, thanks, and I want to identify Bill Cross, who's on my staff here. We identified the spur in Pompano to connect the FEC to the CSX as one of those things we could fund. But that's because it's a freight project, and we're trying to do it for Port Everglades. Does that benefit transit in the future? Absolutely. However, we still have other issues to deal with.
Thank you.
I have a few questions, statements. So people complain about traffic, and then they point to development as being the problem, and that's what's causing traffic, okay? And I sat down and I did some simple math with my wife and I, where two people having 2 kids, that's only if you have 2 kids, okay? And then those 2 kids have 2 kids each. And in 25 years, you've quadrupled your population. And unless we stop having children, which won't never happen, the population in the world is going to go to in the 20 billions in the next 25 years. And the population in South Florida or anywhere else, to say no more here is an impossibility. So what is going to happen is infill development is going to go vertical. That's what's going to happen. And this whole idea that I-95 and that 595 and that these interstate roadways are getting $7.8 billion and then the rest of the systems get $500 million over how many years? 25 years? I think that that is something that as a community we should be lobbying with Dade County and with Palm Beach, probably Orlando, probably Tampa, and take it to the state, because it just, there's a compelling argument of just having some sort of reason as to where the world is going. And the world is going infill, and the younger generations are already, my projects are mixed use, and they're real mixed use. They're not what mixed use used to be. And what we're trying to do is give people a lot of reasons why to stay where they are, or to move people within a downtown. Pembroke Pines might be one of those downtowns someday. Sawgrass Mills may be one of those downtowns. I mean, all of those places are going to be holding people, and we need to be able to invest more funds outside of the interstate. So that, to me, I don't know how we do it. Again, this isn't for the surtax, but since we're discussing this and since it's on your presentation, I think it's something that as a community we should be looking at.
Actually, I do, Mr. Chairman, just to interrupt, and I apologize, but it is for the surtax, and it is for your group, because it's matching. And if we can figure out a way to match these funds together, the more we can do together. And that whole idea, that effort, whether it's state or federal monies and how the ears are sat on them and what does it mean and how this surtax has certain requirements as well. How do we integrate those things? That's where Gretchen and we're actually working together to try to figure out how to make all that happen. And it's going to take a big lift. It's the business community here. I mean, we met with the chambers, all 3 chambers, Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach, met with the 3 MPOs this week to actually have this discussion. What does it mean in Tallahassee? What does it mean in Washington? How do we leverage Miami-Dade's half penny? How do we leverage Broward's full penny? How does Palm Beach eventually get there where there's something on their table other than the penny that they have now? And then how do we match that with the state and federal monies? And then how do we take those ears off of it? Everyone needs to be involved with this. It doesn't matter what level of government, what level of business, what level of community you're in, because we can do so much more if we had the flexibility with those funds.
And believe me, I thought about the state and the county working within their streets, but then the cities have streets too. And you talked about a system, and then I added 30 plus 7, 37, plus whatever the state would participate in, plus whatever the federal government would participate in. If it doesn't become coordinated, then we're just wasting our time. And then the other thing that strikes me is, again, with the math of how many people are coming to our world in terms of our children and our future, capacity again, buses, transportation, but transit with capacity, including automobiles. I get in a car and I jump on the expressway, on the express lane, and I go to Miami Airport, and I'm only one person, and I've just added one car that probably could have taken 3 off it. I brought 3 people with me, right? And maybe sometimes there's no way to do that, but if you gave people a free sun pass or some sort of a discount if they did carpooling, and I know that the state has worked on carpooling forever, or some sort of incentive to get people to share or to get into transit through some form of free entry into an express lane. I don't know. I just think that we need to really get good at promoting capacity and sharing. Because, again, Uber and Lyft are just another vehicle driving one person. The only difference is there's a driver. You're really you're opting for an app that puts you in a chauffeured car. That's all it is. There's still just as many cars out on the road. So, and a lot of the stuff you talked about speaks to all that, but how do we solve that?
I don't have the answer for that. If I did, I wouldn't be here.
No.
It would be done.
No, I know. Ms. Pennant.
Just a quick comment. You mentioned that you met with the chambers, Broward Chamber and Miami-Dade and Palm Beach Chambers. Can I just request that you consider meeting with some of the other chambers that appeal to a more diverse groups, like the Broward Black Chamber, Hispanic Chamber?
Yeah,
So
absolutely. This was actually the first time this has ever happened. It was literally this week. I'm excited by this. So the opportunity to meet with all the groups to rally around a cause is really what we need to figure out what that is. And then we can start, because there's really great ideas, but ultimately we need to figure out how to get access to the cash together. And then we can actually do these other things. So absolutely, the more the merrier, and the more people rowing in the same direction, the faster we're going to get there.
For sure. Any other question? Yes. Shay.
This kind of ties into a little bit of what Alan was saying. When I look at this slide, and with you getting clipped on your bike as well, and it talks about strengthening communities, one aspect of that certainly is when people are done moving around for the day and going to work and coming back, they want to be able to go out and spend time in their community, whether it be as a pedestrian, on their bike, or even maybe in their car. So our roads are also used to get people around, but then what are we left with when we stop commuting? And I think people are looking at that more and more, and I would be curious as to how do we project something like that? So some of the trends that I see are, people in my firm, for example, we have a lot less of a normal schedule now. People kind of work from where they want to work. Part of that has to do with the traffic. So I can open up my computer wherever I am. All my files are the same. I can get on a video call anytime I want. This is going to continue. So I do see a future where people are going to say, you know what, I am going to stay in Weston. I am going to stay in Pembroke Pines. I am going to stay in East Fort Lauderdale, and I'm going to work from home, and then I'm going to go out and use the roads in a different way. So I want to make sure we're looking at that, because I think it's very easy to just kind of say, hey, how can we move more people? And it's not always the solution, because guess what? We can't keep up with that. It's impossible. As you mentioned, population growth, just the people coming into Broward, and also this ties into tourism. When people come here, they want options. They want to be able to get out there and enjoy things and not feel like somebody's just going to come and run them over. And there's a haste on the roads, which has to do with people being upset by traffic, I'm sure, to a large extent. But I would be curious as to how you guys think about these things in the future, because we've grown up the way we have in Broward, a lot of people don't have this vision, and it's one of the things that really scares me about, when I look towards the future is, are we gonna build these things in as we go?
Great conversation on that. Compact development, if you look at the scenario planning and you look next to trend, that's kind of a cocooning effect. Compact development allows for that cocooning effect. Our computer systems at our office allows you to be anywhere in the world and access any drive on our computers. So that changes how we work. And so that's happening at your firm. That's happening to a lot of businesses. And that's actually a good thing, because we can't build our way out of the congestion that we have, no matter how hard we try. So understanding that compact development then goes back to the land use side and our development community and what that feels like and how that looks. And then you can kind of start having that conversation. But those are the different scenarios that we're looking at. And ultimately, when we go to our board and we say, hey, these are the things we looked at and this is what needs to be, I'm going to hand off documents to the Broward County Planning Council and each city and say, here's your roles and responsibilities in creating this, if you really want to get there. And that's an important fact.
And just imagine what would happen if, as a community, we were able, and we get other communities to lobby and to get $7.8 billion in his hands, and his board that represents all the cities, that has representation throughout the county, that could then take that money and apply it within those smaller districts and do stuff that's very creative and take it off the I-95. I mean, that, if that's not something we should be working hard towards, I can't. It's almost as big a deal as the surtax was in itself.
Looking forward to working with all of you.
Okay, any other questions for Greg? Yes, Consuelo.
I just wanted to follow up on Anthea's point about the silver tsunami, you know, and the growing population of elderly and eventually disabled people in Broward and in South Florida in general. I just wondered if you could address that briefly in terms of resiliency and also in terms of matching funds availability, if there's anything there that is worth pursuing.
Again, the structure of the money isn't designed for that match, and those are the conversations. I'm kind of on that bleeding edge of the silver tsunami as well, and it's just understanding what that means. I'm always looking at things personally and saying, how do I make sure that I'm not driving around here when I'm in my 70s? My mother-in-law drives a Nissan Versa down to Calder Casino from Davie. She shouldn't be on the road. She really shouldn't. Thank God, you know, nothing bad. But that said, that's the thing that we need to be thinking about now. I can't touch the money and find new funding sources for these things because of the structure of the money, what's tied to the money. But we can think about how this impacts. What does this, how do community shuttles fit into this? How do the Uber and Lyfts get them from one location to another? How do we change that dynamic for them? And that goes to an equity analysis. We have a really robust equity tool that's available to anybody to actually see what projects mean and how they affect different communities. I'd be happy to come back and present that to you. I won't be the person talking. It will be actually the person that knows how to operate this. But that equity side of things touches on disabilities, touches on various aspects that we have to look at. And when we filter all these projects through the equity analysis, then all of a sudden you know if you're actually having some impact on certain communities or not. Until we can change the way the money works, that's the best we can do.
All right.
Alan, one more. I've got Greg here.
Okay.
With the demise of the wave, was part of a 22-mile, right,
It was
system. So
Yeah.
my question is there, what are we going to fill the gap with? And is there money in the city's program for that, or is that coming from
There's
MPO?
money. We will be able to find money when we all think what it needs to be. We've been working with Chris and his team to, you know, kind of come up with where we can go. Chris has been busy working with, and I'm sorry I'm speaking for you, Chris, but, you know, Chris has been busy working with Miami-Dade Transit. You know, they have a very robust system to try to understand what all the impacts are going to be and where we can go with it. We will find the money. This sales tax was a great thing for our communities because it allows for that ability to get to that next generation of transit.
But right now, no one's proposing a replacement for that component.
We are going to be discussing that later in the
Okay,
presentation.
thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
All right, thank you.
It's a great presentation.
Enjoy lunch.
So lunch?
Actually, we're a little behind,
okay.
but we have the auditor here to speak with you all, and so what I would like to propose is that we try to get through that, and then we can take a break for lunch.
Sounds good.
Okay. Well, good morning. And thank you for having us. Realizing that we're the only thing separating you for lunch will be very short and to the point. You know, I'm Bob Feldman. With me this morning is my colleague, Brett Friedman. We're with RSM. For those of you who may not be familiar with us, we're the fifth largest accounting and consulting firm in the United States. But more pertinent to this conversation, we're the auditors for Broward County. We've been the auditors for the past 2 years now. We also audit Miami-Dade County, Palm Beach County, as well as a number of other large municipalities in the area. So what we wanted to do is to just briefly introduce ourselves, talk a little bit about the audit process, but then we're really here to answer any questions that you have. So just a little bit of history. So in late 2018, after the passing of the penny sales tax, we were approached by the county, and they really expressed their desire to have as much transparency around this sales tax as possible. And so they expressed their desire to want to have a separate audit of this sales tax. Given the fact that these monies are segregated in a governmental fund, that's easy for us to do as auditors. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brett to talk a little bit more about the audit process.
All right, thanks, Bob. Again, as he said, we were asked to do an independent fund audit of the penny sales tax. Now, that audit's going to be done in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards and government auditing standards. And what that means for this group here is we are going to go ahead and audit and opine on the financial statement activity, but on top of that, we will also be looking at internal controls over the management of that money, as well as also compliance. In this particular case, compliance with the, with the guidance that provided the sales tax. The second thing, just to point out, as Bob alluded to, is we do this with other counties where we already audit this tax. This is a unique situation where we were asked to do fund financials, and it is probably the most transparent way that you could see just the ins and the outs of what's happening with this money. So it's a good approach. We've worked with both Palm Beach, Miami-Dade, the school boards, others doing that. Then the last thing I just want to point out, is that we will be reporting the results to this board. We're here to perform the audit to be able to help you in your oversight role and to provide that accountability. And with that, we'll take any questions.
I guess a couple of things. One, is it our discretion if we have them audit this particular fund? I know there's something in the, not that I'm opposed to it, there's something in the actual legislation that says we have the right to audit. Is this something separate from what they're going to do? It sounds like they've already received instructions from Broward to audit this as a separate standalone financial. And then secondly, I just wanted to clarify what would be actually produced. So there would be a full set of financials at the fund level for this particular fund, inclusive of footnotes describing the policies and everything relative to this fund? Right?
So good morning. I'm George Tablack, the county's chief financial officer. And as Bob Feldman had mentioned, immediately after passage of this, the administration and I got together and proposed an amendment to the engagement letter with our firm. Because this is a restricted revenue stream and the taxing authority is the county commission, this automatically is required to be a part of our consolidated statements. These are county revenues, county assets, up until the point projects that transfer to municipalities. Once the CIP is closed and an asset's transferred, it would probably move over to the balance sheet of that municipality for, as a matter of fact, there are new pronouncements that are in discussion now as to infrastructure. To be forward-thinking about much of what this committee's mission and tasks are going forward. So it automatically folds into our financial statements. That would be required by virtue of how the funds flow from the collection of the sales tax to the county government as a legal entity. But, in fund accounting, every fund is a separate legal entity, and, we're issuing a consolidated statement. So we believe that we are giving the utmost transparency, but also the convenience of, an enterprise resource system that can provide quite a bit of functionality for the project level of accounting and, as we had mentioned, total transparency. So we are very much committed to that and want to ensure you that you will have the type of accountability that's necessary for you to do your mission.
So just to clarify, so it would automatically be part of your consolidation, which makes sense. But then in addition to that, we've said, or you've said, audit the funds separately, which I agree with. And I don't know if do we need to vote on anything, or this will happen automatically unless we decide to do something different?
Yes, so the CFO has arranged for the county's auditors to perform an audit of the fund. And the ordinance does provide for this body to have the ability to retain an auditor for purposes of conducting an independent audit if you if you decide to do that.
Well, that would be a second independent audit, right?
Correct.
Okay, which would be duplicative and unnecessary in my view. I just wanted to just understand the landscape. I mean, they're a good firm and they're already auditing, so I think there's efficiencies that are gained there. I'm not going on record that it's an issue or anything. I just want to understand.
I just want to clarify that the scope of the audit or the engagement will be sufficient that you will be able to issue an opinion and financial independent of the county's consolidated statements, that you will provide this board and address your management letter to this board in addition to the county commission for this, for a separately issued set of financial statements. Because eventually, although it's not going to be so much an issue this year, that consolidate or that fund basis statement will become the basis of our annual report that we have to provide under the ordinance. So, I don't have a problem as long as the scope is there to allow that. We have the option in the future, I think, to direct the board to hire a separate auditor if we're not satisfied with the scope of services that we get this year. This is just our startup year. In addition, the accounting, the consolidation, although it's a separate fund, the county does many things on a consolidated basis, including investments and other activities like that. Do you propose that this fund will be treated like other county funds, such as the enterprise funds, et cetera?
Absolutely, and as you know, Phil, from your past tenure, the enterprise funds in particular, because of the debt that's issued, there are a lot of covenants with our bondholders, and the sanctity of that, of protecting the segregation of those restricted revenue streams, and protecting those bondholders that have liens against those revenue streams for the period that debt remains outstanding, is an integral part of all of our controls and independent audit and the opinion letters that we issue for these bondholders to protect those continuing disclosure requirements as well as all the covenants of the bond deal itself. So this is not unusual territory for us, and we take very seriously those relationships that have been crafted and agreed to with the marketplace, and proud to say, as you all know, that the county has the distinction of one of, I think, 43 counties in America with a AAA rating by all three of the major rating agencies on Wall Street.
Just to also follow up on that, there is a separate audit discussion in the ordinance relative to performance audits. The scope here does not, I don't believe, include any such performance audit. Down the road, we may want a separate engagement to do selected performance audits of either county or cities or other entities, consumption of the tax.
And those are engagement specific because they're, I'm an old dog that we go back to the old economy and efficiency days. The performance auditing is intended to provide data to boards such as yourself. So obviously the metrics and measuring the outcomes that you're looking for, that's an integral part of a performance auditing process. And it's meant to give management more information outside the normal information that an investor or state governments promulgate in our independent audit process.
Do we need to set an audit committee for the board, or how are you going to interface with the board?
Well, I guess our intent was initially, to interface directly with this whole group here so that everybody's aware of what's going on. And the fund financial audit would be done in accordance with GASB standards, which tell you how to go about it.
I think what Phil may be getting at here is that, typically we would have some direct line of communication during the audit process. For example, when is the engagement going to start, getting reports during the engagement, these sorts of things. I mean, I sit on other audit committees and so forth, so I think that's probably what you're getting
Yes.
at, right?
Well, and that, again, we would present the audit plan to you in advance. It's the AUC 260 auditor communications with those charged with governance, which would lay out the timing. And then again, we come back at the end. Also, one of the things we would do typically is meet with the chair and vice chair to hear if there are any concerns that they have as well.
Doug?
Yeah, I'm a cash basis, not an accrual basis person. So my first question is, the money's coming in the door, and are we going to be restricted to sending this money out the door only after it's here? In other words, we have all this, we have over $5 billion worth of city projects, and those projects are going to be put in, as I understand, 5-year and 10-year plans, but does the money have to be in this account before the money goes out to the cities? It's just a simple question.
And the simple answer is yes.
Okay, all right, that's fine. I had one more, but I forgot. That's the main one, because I know the cities are seem to be concerned about getting their money so they could plan for their future. And I was under the impression we have a list of projects. We're going to have to figure out what we can do first based on the money in the door, and send the money back to the cities.
So on an annual basis, what we've talked about, and I know we're going to get into this in much more detail after lunch, when we start talking about projects and the way that the money will actually flow, and your involvement in the approval both of proposed expenditures and of proposed projects. But it has been brought to our attention numerous times that cities would prefer to be able to spend money upfront, let's say right now, on projects that have not yet been approved, and come back later and ask for reimbursement. And especially on projects that have been submitted into the plan. So technically, they were approved by the county commission, approved by the voters, audited by the state. Can't we go ahead and advance those projects, and we'll come back to you and we'll seek approval
A
later.
reimbursement.
And the way that the county attorney and others have interpreted the ordinance is that, no, that's not permissible the way that the ordinance is drafted, because you all have to approve the projects before any monies can be spent. And so even if we had the money in our fund, and even if the project was in the plan, if you all have not opined that the project is eligible, they cannot expend any money and seek reimbursement. That's the whole idea of the 5-year plan. So creating the 5-year plan, which is now in the interlocal agreement between the county and the MPO, is the county's effort to try to address that concern. So if we bring you 5 years worth of projects and you say those are good projects, they're eligible, and here's the costs, and we're good with those cost estimates, then they could do that. And on an annual basis, we would be still bringing back to you an annual budget.
Well, I would hope we could work out something like that. It seems to be very typical in the business world anyway that we should.
So typically, you have a fund balance on your balance sheet at year end, but a breakout of that fund balance will show you commitments that haven't been expended, or, you know,
Well, I
accrued
mean,
liabilities incurred.
if we can get the project approved some way, the city wants to spend their money early with a somewhat of a guarantee of being reimbursed when we have it, then I don't think that's a problem.
Cynthia, and then Ms. Bennett.
Just to follow up on Phil Allen's comments about the audit and the questions he's asking, I freely admit I don't understand a lot of what is involved, and I was wondering if there's any support amongst the board to create a subgroup or a working group of a couple of you all that speak the language, that could meet regularly with county staff or with the representatives to make sure that the products that Phil was discussing would be created in a manner that is appropriate for this board going forward. And I heard the exchanges. It sounds like, yeah, you understand what you're saying, but again, what you're committing to, what your contracts are with your consultants or your people. I think it's really important to make sure that it's a deliverable is there that can come to us. But to have you all have to interact with us and present us as a big board, I think what we ought to have is a smaller group of people that you could meet with or be authorized to meet with, and that I would feel comfortable with someone like Phil. If he says it's good, then I would think it's good. Okay, I trust his.
If he was willing to head it up.
So, again,
Hold on,
so I'm, again, with all due respect, I'm not meaning to,
Mr.
say anything about anybody else's skill sets but mine. But I would like to recommend that we create a group that can interact more often, informally, or however it is legally, to ensure that we get the products we need to codify what we're doing.
So
Something like that.
I have to say I'm not in agreement with that recommendation, because I think as oversight board members, it is important that we get to understand this. And every time you come here, as painful as it may be, we need to learn it and be involved in the entire process. I want to be involved every step of the way when it comes to that aspect.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, sir.
To be unambiguous, the county is committed to transparency and accountability, and we absolutely understand that for people that are not accountants, the importance of synthesizing this data in usable format to you, to empower you to make good decisions. Any person in my profession, that's part of our challenge. No different than with department directors that are running socioeconomic issues in our Human Services Department, interacting day in and day out with them to give them accounting data in a usable format for them to do their jobs is part of what we do every day. And we are committed to that and the success of this entity.
Okay, and in as much as I trust everyone at this table on how we work together, the performance audit and how that goes, I think should come from something very independent. I am quite confident that BCT can deliver the matrix and all the performance results to us, but in order to be answering to the public, I think it would just be better if we could figure in the future when we do performance measures that it be something independent, so that we can or reviews the results independently, so that we can be closer to the public in that regard. Yes.
Another concern is with respect to the city budgets, I want to make sure that whatever is being presented to us, that 30% component with respect to the set aside for small businesses are always a part of that presentation.
The other thing, when this money goes out to the cities, I assume there's going to be some accountability somewhere, and is that the responsibility of the city to report back to who? How does that money
One
get
of the
tracked?
things that we're going to be speaking to all of you about, and again, it's in the next presentation, is how we would like, how we are proposing to craft performance measures, deliverables, to engage global experts in developing these types of measures, not only so that they're impactful, but so that they're meaningful, and so that we are telling the public and delivering the public information that's actually something that is of interest to them. And so one of those contracts is actually going to be brought to you at the end in the budget presentation. And the goal is to engage the cities, to engage the stakeholders in the development of these performance measures so that there's ownership. And then those would all be codified in the interlocal agreements that we enter into, that poor Angela is going to have to be working on all summer long, with the municipalities, all 30 of them, that are receiving project-based money. So that we'd be bringing that back to you on a regular basis. We would have, again, this is going to take a little bit of time for us to develop, but the idea is that we'd also be projecting that onto the website. We would have videos about our performance, and so that, again, we would have to have deliverables and performance measures for a performance audit to come in and determine whether or not we're meeting our goals.
This is a philosophical question about the money. If I remember correctly, there's something like $5 billion worth of city projects. There's another 30 or 40 billion dollars worth of operation maintenance of existing traffic. Am I wrong?
I wish.
Well, there were three categories of money. One goes to the cities based on the project they submitted.
Yes.
Then there was new stuff for the county, the overall county. Then there was operation maintenance, split about whatever it was split. As the money comes in, are we going to be having it available on those percentage, 3%? Or can the cities, even though the new projects are going into the cities, in fact, 97% of the money is really spent in the cities because it's all city. Or how will that pie be cut up? You may want to have some projects. Does the city get priority or not priority? Or is it equally? How's that work?
So there's a financial plan,
Okay.
and what, again,
I
what
should
we're
be
gonna-
quiet and listen
No,
to the
not at all,
presentation.
not at all. No, I, for the benefit of the public too, for anybody who might be watching this, there is a 30-year, very detailed financial plan that is on our website, under the financial plan tab on the pennyfortransportation.com website. And as part of our presentation to you today, we are going to walk you through at a very, very detailed level, because it's important, what the first 5 years looks like. And then, again, there are some projects that we anticipated being able to do in 2019 that we are not going to be able to do, and so there is going to be some money that will move over to 2020. And when our budget director comes up, he's going to be able to talk to you a little bit about the flow of this money and what we anticipate bringing back to you on an annual basis.
Just speaking to, in all respect, to our members, I think we might get super busy as the projects start to flow in, and I totally get where you're coming from in terms of, I too am somebody who likes to know everything that's going on, and I want to know what I'm voting on, and I want to know it in detail. But I also have my strengths and my weaknesses, so if there was ever a point in time in the future where a committee made sense just from a perspective of it was just accounting related, and Mr. Smith is our expert, and we have so many other things going on that 3 or 4 people on a committee could help us disseminate the information and then bring it to us and then explain it to us. It might make sense. Okay, it might make sense to do that. Just because I think we're going to get super, super busy. But at this moment in time, I think it's very important for us to understand what we're tackling in detail and try to get as much information so that we get educated. And I 100% agree that that's what we need to do. But I just want you to understand, if I ever go in that direction of committees, it would be more from a perspective of efficiency and and getting our work completed.
And just a sunshine law note, so because you're all members of this body, the Florida Sunshine Law applies. And so in the event that a committee were established, the sunshine law, it would be a public meeting. If you have 2 or more of you present as a committee or otherwise in a meeting to discuss matters related to the responsibilities of this body, it would be a public meeting. And so having members on the committee with the finance and accounting backgrounds does not preclude another member or other members from participating in those meetings, and the meetings would have to be open and to the public, just like this one.
Angela, to the extent, though, that there are sensitive matters that may arise during the audit, is there the opportunity for a audit committee or even this board in its entirety to have a meeting outside of the sunshine?
That's a good idea.
So there are
I know there is on
exceptions.
litigations,
There's
litigation is one of those.
There's a
but I mean
litigation
before
exception to the
litigation.
sunshine law, and there's a competitive solicitation negotiation type exemption to the Sunshine Law. Now, audit reports in their draft forms are exempt from public records, but the Sunshine Law would apply to the meetings if two or more of you are present. If one of you meets with the auditors without another member of the board present, then the meeting does not have to be in the sunshine.
Okay, I think we, oh, go
Basic
ahead.
question, when is the first period that this fund is going to be?
September
on?
30th.
Okay.
It's a stub year because the
Yeah.
revenues constructively began to come in March. The tax was implemented January 1, but there's a lag time between collection from the retailers and distribution to the county.
And is there a signed engagement letter already out there for the separate fund audit?
So there is a draft engagement letter to the county. It's an amendment to the existing engagement letter. I think we delayed execution of that, not to preempt or preordain any actions wanting the input,
Sure.
from this entity.
And then that'll be the period end, and then when would we anticipate typically that financial statement would be issued?
So our continuing disclosure requirements with, I think, 24 different bond agreements that are presently enforced, requires within 180 days of the end of the fiscal year. So on or before March 29th of the
The ordinance
subsequent year.
requires 90 days for us.
For an audited
Yes.
statement, I'm not sure of the practicality of that. And in all honesty,
I
even
didn't
if
write
it,
the ordinance, so.
even if it were a separate entity, and frankly, I'm a little bit surprised by that, and I apologize, but a 90-day period
Wow.
presents some
Is that
significant
something this
challenges.
board has the ability to change?
If I could, because you have accrued revenues and we are required to audit these on an accrual basis, you don't even constructively receive your September earnings until November, until late November. So the impracticality of closing and the level of assurance that's required in a, regular independent audit requires that all these transactions be accrued properly and fairly presented. That's what gets you to clean opinion.
What would be a better time frame than 90 days?
Well, as I'm saying, that because it's part of the consolidated statement of the county, that within 180 days, we issue the county's audit report, not just for the consolidated statement. We issue a separate report for the sheriff's office, for other constitutional officers. So there are many entities that fold into these revenue streams and how they flow through the county's accounting systems.
Go ahead, Gretchen.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that we were going to have a discussion with you at the close of the budget presentation about some requested ordinance amendments to see if you all had any positions or suggestions based on your experience now as board members. So we'll add that to the list and let you have a discussion about the changing that 90 to 180 days.
And through the chair, just one, I guess, supplement. Certainly, we can provide unaudited data within that time frame, but from a practical standpoint, to achieve an audit opinion and all the proper footnotes and disclosures, I believe that's not an achievable goal.
Okay, so we'll have that discussion about the date in which the audit is prepared. Is there any further discussion?
Well, should we
Mr.
review this draft engagement letter before it's executed, or would you like us to? I mean, you had held it in draft form, so I guess at some point we should make a determination officially, I guess, approving the county's external auditor as also the auditor of the separate fund? I mean, is that something, I think that we should probably put that forth at some point, and then we can review the letter and.
And so I would recommend that we give you the engagement letter and the amendment to the engagement letter. Yep.
Yeah, and I think I'd like to discuss the whole 180-day thing too, and how that relates to, I mean, part of it is all the work that you got to do as a large county, right? And then the the reasonableness of actually delivering an audit in 90 days. I don't think people even get their tax return done in 90 days after the year end.
And by the way, we are performing quarterly unaudited data as part of continuing disclosure to many of our bondholders. So, you know, the Securities and Exchange Commission and the standards that where we're performing interim reporting to our bondholders
So would that
occurs.
would that meet the ordinance?
Not
That's the
from
question.
what was quoted as far as audit.
Right.
But interim reporting of unaudited data is customary for us, and we do it regularly now as a part of informing people that are trading our bonds in the open market.
I'm just an advocate of making sure that we get audited financial statements and not unaudited statements. So if that, in order to accomplish that, I think we can get to a win-win by changing it to the 180, and we can talk about that when we get to that at a certain time.
Yep, and that keeps us in line with what if we can change the ordinance, it keeps us in line in what we're supposed to be doing, which is delivering audited, correct?
Just so there was no confusion, the interim data on an unaudited basis would not be an alternative to the
Right.
audit. There
Well-
still is an annual independent audit.
Right.
Yes.
I think it's a good idea for us to get the unaudited, so we can at least have a clue as to what's going on, as opposed to waiting 180 days and then it's too late. So I think it's good for us to get an interim,
Yeah, we get the-
unaudited.
We get the 90-day and then the 180-day audit, right? Is that more work?
No, I think they need to have at least a quarterly,
Yeah.
ongoing quarterly
Right.
basis within what's reasonable these days. 30 days after,
Typically within 30 to 45 days.
okay, and every quarter then they could provide us with the unaudited numbers. And then secondly, we need to make a recommendation to county to change the ordinance, because I agree with George that the ability to turn around audited financial statements in 90 days is not possible.
But, hold on a second. Why is it not possible? I mean, didn't they take on the responsibility knowing that that was the guideline?
I think somebody misinterpreted what was reasonable under the ordinance. Somebody added 90
Okay.
days to it, and somebody else didn't say, we can't do it.
Okay.
And the issue is some of the numbers aren't even coming in until the end of the 90 days.
Well,
Close to the end of the 90 days.
To be accurate, in particular, the revenues, for instance.
Right.
Because the best example is this tax was imposed January 1. So retailers are collecting it at each of their establishments for the whole month of January.
Right.
They then file a tax return with the state of Florida in February.
Right.
And the state of Florida, by I believe it was March 25th or thereabout, distributed that January collection to the county government.
Okay.
There's a lag time between how the money is collected and how it gets distributed through your state government, because retailers are functioning across the state and are filing consolidated returns for all the counties that they're collecting money for. It then is partitioned between each of the taxing authorities and then distributed in the following month to us. So you have a 2-month lag time just in the actual cash flow between when it's collected and
All right.
distributed to the county.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other questions or discussion? Thank you, gentlemen. We really
Thank you.
appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we're going to break for lunch.
Map, that's us. Yeah. The video's on the desktop. It'll autoplay, so. Oh, it's bad. It's up here actually, because that's from because of how I captured it. I just recorded it on screen. Mm-hmm. Perfect. Thank you. Excellent. She took it. She's going to do part, and I'm going to do part. Yeah. Is it on right now?
There's no leverage or strategy.
Okay. Should I turn it? Three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
3. Oh, there, it's on. All right, we're going to get going here in a minute. Do we have all our board members in the house? I think we need, waiting on one. I think Allison is out for a second. She may have gone to the restroom or something. I do want to thank staff for the excellent lunch. The mystery lunch that we didn't know what it was. Fortunately, I picked a good one. All right, it was good. Okay, well, wait. Just waiting for Allison. Do we want to just go ahead and start? Okay.
Sorry. So because we're a little bit behind schedule, quite behind schedule, I'm going to move through the presentation very quickly. And actually, Lenny Villalpando, who is our Deputy Director of Environmental Planning and Growth Management, soon to have an innovation. Do you have, yay! Oh, so he has an official, you can tell them your official title.
Chief Innovation Officer.
Yay! We're going to kind of tag team this. And so I think it's more important that we spend the time that we need with the budget piece. So the introduction to that is this. What we wanted to do is talk to you about what we see as the 4 major elements of implementing this program. And we're calling it the Mobility Advancement Program for now, formerly known as the Transportation Surtax. But as we talked about just very briefly earlier, we are bringing on, if you all approve it, an entity that will determine what the branding, messaging really should be. So we're not married to the Mobility Advancement Program, but that's what we're calling it for today. There are 4 major elements, excuse me, related to our implementation, and all of them are tied back to the board's value of cooperatively delivering an efficient and accessible regional intermodal transportation network. So our board met in March. They had their retreat, and they did change out the very first goal based on the fact that we were successful in achieving the transportation surtax. And so now the other 2 goals are the same, but we provide a safe, sustainable, integrated, and efficient transportation system to enhance Broward County's economy and livability. So how are we going to do this? How are we going to stand this program up? Well, we were successful in negotiating our interlocal agreement with the MPO, and that allows for the prioritization, the development of a prioritization process. And that cost, the associated costs for the MPO to both hire staff and consultants and acquire the systems that they will need to complete that prioritization and recommendation process are all part of the budget recommendations that are coming to you today. Angela is working on an amendment to our existing interlocal agreement and the ordinance, which we're going to, again, talk to you a little bit about later in the presentation, to be consistent with all of the business terms and agreements that we have, that we would like to enter into with the cities or that we have already entered into with the MPO. I want to spend just a moment on the 3rd bullet, because this is extremely important when it comes to TSM&O, active arterial management, corridor delivery, and, Ms. Pennant, the ability to meet this 30% local preference goal that's been set. So we have to constantly work with our partner, FDOT, to make sure that because there is a statute that prohibits local preferences on projects where the state brings 50% or more funds. So there are a lot of things that we are dealing with right now with FDOT to make sure that the elements of this program that we took to the voters and that our commission has prioritized can be accomplished. And we may need your help with some of those things too. We are working on the community shuttle negotiations right now. Angela's doing a great job, and we have 100% funding for those existing shuttles and for the new shuttle projects beginning October 1. And then, again, as we mentioned earlier, the negotiations with the municipalities for all those project-specific interlocal agreements have to be in place by the time the MPO brings forth those recommendations, which should be March of 2020 if we're successful in amending our existing interlocal. Yes, sir.
Quick question.
Sure.
Are these community shuttles part of the city's requested projects, or are these community shuttles part of the county's budget?
I'm going to actually ask you to look at Exhibit 5 in your folders. That's the financial plan that I mentioned earlier. And what you'll notice is at the very bottom of that spreadsheet, that's the very last sheet in your binders. And it folds out. We tried to blow it up so that it was actually visible for you. You'll see that as part of the overall $2.8 billion that's set aside for municipalities in this plan, there's community shuttle. And so community shuttles are on the city side of the ledger in the financial plan. However, it is not subject to MPO prioritization. I just want, for the record, to make that clear. Those are direct relationships that the county and the municipalities have for those community shuttle programs. So we enter into the interlocal agreement, and we are going to be transferring the funds directly to the cities. We're going to be making advance payments on a quarterly basis to those cities. And again, it is part of the city's overall $2.8 billion, but it is not considered a city project that would be going to the MPO for prioritization. Does that help? No, not at all. Okay.
I mean, you're saying it's coming out of there. They all have a submitted projects.
Go ahead.
Hit the speaker.
They submitted projects, they
Yes.
have dollars assigned to it.
Yes.
And this money is coming out of their share to pay for these community shuttles.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So what we've been doing since even before the passage of the initiative is looking at other properties, visiting other properties, talking to facilities that have transportation initiatives with similar sizes and scopes. And we brought all of that back to administration. We brought in an expert from the American Public Transportation Association. We did a retreat for a full day to talk through not just what organizational structures work, but project delivery structures. We talked through a lot of issues around staffing, especially because we recognize that as artificial intelligence and data collection continues to advance, that staffing needs and demands around this program are going to change dramatically, and there are going to be those disruptors. And we need to take those things into consideration as you're standing these things up. We also looked, again, at the technologies and the industries that we need in order to operate and maintain and deliver these projects in an efficient and effective way for the taxpayers. And actually, Sandy Michael McDonald, who is the director of our Office of Economic and Small Business Development, and I were able to travel to Tallahassee to start having some conversations with our legislators and actually agency staff about some of the things that we need to do from a policy standpoint to be able to attract the types of industries that we're going to need to deliver these programs. Because, again, Hillsborough County also passed a 1% sales tax increase for transportation. So we'll be having very similar issues as that part of the state. You asked about the the public participation and engagement solicitation. We are hoping to bring that to our board for approval if you all approve it today, sometime in early June, and have that group on board by October 1st. And they would be obviously working very closely with you, making presentations, probably having one-on-ones, because one of the most important components of that engagement, at least in the first year, is assuring that how we are communicating with the public about what this program is doing not only meets their needs, but meets your needs as well. We're also looking at unifying all of our mobility-related apps and having that contract manage and the application itself. And I'm probably going to let Lenny speak a little bit more about that. But we've been looking at ways to use gamification. Again, you were mentioning something earlier about having people experience public transportation the way they experience on demand, because they're connected to their phones and they want to use it when they're using public transportation services. And we recognize that. We'd like to have one place that people can go and they can get an Uber or a Lyft or a bus or a community shuttle or rent a scooter or learn about where there are bike lanes or not bike lanes and greenways, and maybe even have some way that people will receive maybe a free month bus pass, or they get some type of little surprise if they try a new type of transportation option, mobility option. So I'm going to ask Chris, Chris Walton, if you'd like to come up and just talk about the next couple of slides, because we're going to get into what we're going to do with our transit level of service.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chris Walton, Director of Transportation. Before we get into the slides, just want to make a comment. Been sitting here listening to the presentations, and I want to go back to something that Greg Stewart mentioned. And he was very gracious in his comments when he talked about the transportation services that we run here in the county. He indicated that currently Broward County runs a great transportation service. Again, he was being quite gracious. Fact of the matter is, we don't. The reality is, we have historically run an underfunded system, which has a number of impacts to our county. When you look across the country at the more successful public transportation systems, the ones that do the best in terms of providing the best service, the best technology, are the ones that have been funded historically by what we call a dedicated revenue stream. Now, we historically have not had that, but the fact that we have one in place now provides us the opportunity with your support to elevate Broward County and Broward County Transit to one of the best transit systems in the nation, and that is what we intend to do here. So some of the things that we have been working towards, because we anticipated passage of this surtax over a year ago, and we began planning for it well over a year ago. One of the things we committed to the voters was that we would, in the very short term, have an improved level of transportation services, and we'll go into a little more detail a little bit later in the presentation. But what we are going to do is, in this calendar year, we're going to increase our service levels by 10%. Now, we have not done that in, I think, the last service increase that we had in Broward County Transit, outside of the express services that we run down into Miami-Dade, which is in the partnership with the Florida Department of Transportation. We haven't had any real service increases in about the last 6 or 7 years, so to have a 10% increase is significant. Within that increase, we are adding routes. We are realigning routes to try to make them have more direct and better connections. And these routes that we're talking about in this initial 10%, the primary purpose that we are doing it for in this year and the next year would be to cover the gaps. There's really two things you want to do here in terms of increasing transit service reliability. You want to have more service, because right now the service gap that we have two types of gaps. One being what we call headways, or the interval between buses. Right now, on many of our routes, our headways are too far apart. And if you miss one bus, it just doubles the length of time you have to wait. So if you've got a headway of 30, 45 minutes, you miss that one bus, you're out there far too long, and people will find another way to ride. The second gap is actually geographic, because during the recession years, we actually had to cut service, and there are geographic gaps in the county that we no longer cover, or cover very sparsely. So the objective here was to provide much better accessibility to transportation by increasing our service levels and substantially improving our headways. Oh, you just want that? It doesn't matter. Dependability, reliability, and safety are always at our forefront. Dependability is key. One of the things that we will be asking for your support on will be to purchase a substantial number of new vehicles. Our fleet is old, and it's certainly too small. When I compare our service area and our ridership to other systems across the country, our system is about a third smaller in terms of the number of buses that we have. So we're trying to cover too much area with too few buses, and by doing that with the service requirements, our buses are getting older and older. So from a dependability standpoint and a maintenance standpoint, the bus reliability is decreasing. So one of the important things that we're requesting will be to, and you'll see it a bit later, is we'll be asking for your support in buying new vehicles. And one of the very exciting things that we're actually testing as we speak, and Gretchen touched on it briefly, is the mobile app. We're actually testing right now the ability to buy your bus ticket on your telephone. And that's just the first step. We also intend to integrate into that mobile app other transit providers, TNCs like Uber and Lyft, and scooters and bike shares. So hopefully by the end of the year, the mobile app for the mobile ticketing will be live for the entire system. And next year, in the early part of next year, we hope to integrate other mobility options such as the TNCs, such as the scooters, and such as bike share options. What you have here on the left is our existing bus routes map. And you really can't tell just by looking at this map. But as I mentioned earlier, there are geographic areas that we do not cover. And typically, they're not covered because we don't have a lot of historical ridership there. What we do know in our system is that we do have a lot of latent ridership. And in the past, whenever we have added or increased service, we have seen substantial jumps in ridership. So the map on the right, well, what you have, that's okay. So the map on the right is those are the routes that we intend to add as a result of the Surtax passing. So we will overlay the two, and it fills out our grid. And not only will it fill out our grid, it will provide substantially more buses than we currently have. Our current fleet right now is 359 buses. Our plan calls for us to go up to 620 buses so that we can substantially increase our headways, substantially increase our reliability, and with that, we hope to ensure that we will be able to meet not only the demands of today, but the demands of the future.
We're going to have Tony Huey, Deputy Director of our Public Works Department, speak to you just for a moment about roadway.
Can I, before Chris, can I just ask a few questions? Sure. So, on the equipment, is it new and improved, or is it just same old, same old?
It's new and improved. The technology on transit buses has improved substantially over the years. But the next leap forward is electric buses. And we have actually 5 of those on order. And the county has made a decision, as with many transit properties across the nation, is to move away from the internal combustion engine and to move toward electricity. The technology isn't quite there for us yet because the range on electric vehicles cannot match the range of a diesel bus. So right now, if we were to make a complete switch, we would have to have about 25% more buses, which we currently don't have the space for. But battery technology is substantially improving. But what we do have on the current buses, they're still in the internal combustion engine, but they all run clean diesel. We run about 25% of our vehicles are currently hybrid vehicles. And the technology on the buses is far superior. Most of our, well, in fact, by the end of next year, all of our buses will be Wi-Fi enabled. We're about halfway there now. The electronic systems on the buses, we've got the ability, in fact, we just started a program with our libraries where you can actually download download books and read books while you're on the buses. You can actually download music. We have, on a lot of our fleet, the electric plugs for laptops and telephones. So yeah, technologically, the buses are far superior. The emissions are much better. The efficiencies in terms of mile per gallon are substantially improving. The systems on the bus are becoming more efficient based on moving things away from the internal combustion engine more toward electrification, which improves efficiency, such as many of the old hydraulic systems are now becoming electrified. Our air conditioning systems, and we were one of the first in the nation to do this, are completely electric. So the door controls are all electric. So the more that we can take off of the engine, and the more that we can move to a battery, increases our fuel economy and also has tremendous environmental improvement impact.
So do we brand that? Do we brand on our buses as they're moving around town? Do we brand, this is a clean fuel bus, this is what, you can get Wi-Fi in it. Do people know that when they see a bus going by? Buy your ticket with an app. So all those things, I think, once you start branding it onto your buses, it starts to make the bus look different to people.
The buses that are Wi-Fi enabled are clearly labeled Wi-Fi.
They are, okay.
The buses that are hybrid are marked clean air hybrid with a green leaf. Cool. But we can and will do a better job of that. We do recognize that that is one of the deficiencies of the system. But yes, that information and the passengers that ride it know. What we need to do is make the system more attractive so that more people will ride it. And we can do that by, again, the issue in public transportation, the big test is ridership. And what gains ridership is system reliability, frequency and reliability. Once we achieve those two, we will see substantial improvements in the ridership numbers. And again, the information that you talked about in terms of, let's say, the mobile ticketing. Currently, one of the things that we put in place last year that our riders are aware of is real-time information. You can actually go on your phone right now and find any bus in the system and find out what time it will be at your stop. So that information is out there on the phone. We also have a website that gives you that very same information. So the technology is there, but what we need to do, and what I really think we need to do as a system, is to increase the reliability, because those amenities are great, but I mean, it doesn't mean a lot if you don't increase your ridership.
Right. And I know we're going to hear from marketing, and I think that that's a huge piece of the puzzle in supporting what you're doing.
I would agree.
Thank you.
I have a question. So in terms of the local routes and extensions and realignments that you shared, that's in what's up there now, how did you go about determining that these were the areas you needed to expand? And how do you measure the 10% increase?
The first thing we did was we looked at where we had the gaps. We looked at where we had actually reduced service from years ago, and we wanted to provide access. We wanted to make sure that across the entire county, people had access to transit. Routes that we had pulled back, or routes that had headways that were too long, were the ones that we addressed first. I mean, we have a number of routes that have very healthy ridership, but we looked at those routes where the densities might not have been as high as other areas, But we looked at where the need was. And again, we looked at where routes had been reduced historically. And what we found is that with the increases that we will put in place this year, it actually impacts 19% of our total ridership. So what we really are accomplishing with this is, again, providing much greater access in terms of geographic coverage and much greater access in terms of headway or the number of buses coming per hour.
Chairman.
Okay. And second question is the 10%. Right now, system-wide, our system runs 1.2 million hours of revenue service. The 10% is an additional 120,000 hours on top of that.
Chris, follow up to the question relative to how did you choose them. Has this been subject to any kind of public hearing process or advisory committee process?
We are scheduled for public hearing, but again, we did not want to preempt the decision of this board, because had you not approved this, there would have been no need for a public hearing. So it is scheduled to go to public hearing.
But that,
in the next county commission.
That does bring up an interesting dichotomy here, in that you're asking us to approve projects that may not, in fact, go forward based on public input that's going to be received later. And I guess it also goes back to my concern that we seem to be preempting the county commission from approving these projects by approving them today. And I don't want to get in a position that, well, county commission, please approve this because the board's already, or the independent advisory board has already approved it. I just don't know which foot comes first here.
Okay, so the ordinance required that all of the projects be presented to the county commission, and that occurred. So there's an entire plan that Gretchen mentioned earlier today that was audited by the state and presented to the Board of County Commissioners over the 30-year process, over the 30 years life of the surtax. So in concept, the projects are included in what was approved by the board for participation in the program. Then it comes on an annual basis for purposes of budget. When the projects are ready, they'll be presented to this body for a determination that they're in compliance with the requirements of the statute. And once this body determines that the proposed projects are in compliance with the requirements of 212.055 Florida statutes, then they will be presented again to the Board of County Commissioners for budgeting and appropriating the money.
I think it'd be nice if we had some kind of flow chart going forward that would show that process. Or is it already here? I'm sorry. No?
No,
Because I also go back to the section that talks about additional city projects. And it says the process is that MPO ranks, the board approves, and then it comes to us for approval.
Right. So the city projects that are referred to in the ordinance, there were 709 of them that were included in the transportation plan that was approved by the board. They have not been prioritized. So the role of the MPO with regard to the municipal projects is to review them, analyze them, assist the cities with making sure that the projects are shovel ready, and then determining their priority. And the criteria that the MPO has to apply is projects that promote connectivity and reduce traffic congestion will have the highest priority in terms of which ones get funded. So that's the MPO's role, but those are already included in what the board approved for the plan, and that was audited by the state. And it's just a matter of when they will be funded in which year.
I think what might be helpful for all of you is just based on that question is just to remember that this was a plan that was developed with a lot of public input. It was taken, to the voters. It was taken out through a very extensive educational campaign and a grassroots effort. It was amended multiple times based on input, public input, city input, commission input, FDOT input. It was validated by a series of consultants with expertise to determine the financial assumptions. It was then audited by the state. So when you're looking at these projects, you're looking at projects that the board has already approved, but now we have to bring them to you to determine their eligibility under the statute as the way the ordinance was drafted. And again, the expenditures associated with them in any given fiscal year have to be approved by you. So that's the process that we're undergoing at this time. And I'm happy to put together a flow chart on
Yes,
this.
I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
That's all.
Thanks, Chris.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tony Hui, and I'm the Deputy Director of our Public Works Department. Looking forward to working with members of the board. I'm going to talk a little bit about our roadway improvement projects. And just like Chris mentioned earlier, we've been planning for the Surtax coming on board, and I want to just let everyone know that and want to get your approval on is that we have 9 projects at this point that through our planning, previous work and so forth, that are shovel-ready or close to shovel-ready. They're ready. We're about to get set, with your approval, to go into construction on many of these projects. They fall into 3 different groups. As you can see over there, it's the fiber optic network improvements, the mass arms, and the school safety zone improvements. I'll just briefly talk about what these improvements are. The fiber optic network is something that we've been working together with, actually with FDOT for a number of years now. The fiber optic networks is a communication network for our traffic signal system. It does a lot of things. It allows us to implement a lot of the new technologies that are necessary for us to continue to improve our traffic signals network and also our bus systems that require a lot of these fast data availability. And how we do these is that we're trying to create a backbone. We want to create a backbone through the major roads in the county, and we work actually very well together with FDOT on it. They installed a lot of the fiber on the state roads. We a little bit behind them, but now with the Surtax, we'll be able to catch up a little bit, is that we install fiber on the county roads and also some of the city roads and so forth. And so we create a network, we create a backbone. And the first 2 projects, or excuse me, the 2 projects on the list is extensions of these that allows us to continue to expand our network. And also when I say we work together with FDOT is that as you may have heard earlier, when we were at a discussion on which ones are the state roads and which ones are the city roads, it doesn't matter to the public, but for us in terms of jurisdiction standpoint, we keep track of it. But our staff work very close together, and so anytime a fiber optic cable gets built, we make sure that connections into the state system and vice versa, so nobody is duplicating any effort in terms of trying to build this backbone. So those are the fiber projects. We got 3 mass arm projects. What the mass arm projects are is to strengthen our system. I'm sure you have seen traffic signals that are hung on wires across the roads, and the newer versions of it, which I'm not sure you've also seen, are the steel mass arms that extend out. These are the stronger mass arms. They are much better from a standpoint of maintenance, but more importantly, they work much better from windstorm situations. They're much better in terms of recovery from the windstorms. So these are some of the projects that we're installing on as part of our mass arm program. I just want to point out the first one is an interesting point. The other 2, all 3 of them are completely designed, ready to go. The first one is going to be lag a little bit, and the reason for it is that project is actually a FEMA grant project, and so we got to have the money available to get into the queue, to get into the application process. And the reason I point it out is just to let you know that we continually look for funding sources, grants and so forth, whether it's from the state, FEMA, the feds, and so forth, and we'll continue to do that as we go through this our mobility advancement program as we go forward. So that's just an interesting highlight. The third item there is our school zone safety improvements, and what we do in these type of improvements is really generated we implement them to increase safety of our students that are walking back and forth from school. Most of the school zones are obviously around elementary schools, high schools, and middle schools, and so forth. And we've worked in close conjunction with the school board safety staff to identify which one of the school zones that they want us to take a look at. And when we go in and we take a look at them, we evaluate from a standpoint that are the signs there, are there enough markings, are the flashers, you know, in the right places and so forth, and where, or maybe there are, because of historical patterns, there were no flashers there before, but because of new students that have moved into certain neighborhoods, the number of pedestrians have increased, so we add flashers. And so those are the type of improvements that we made, and those are some of the schools that, with your approval, we want to get started on them as quickly as possible. So, so those are some of the shovel-ready, construction-ready improvements that we want to get started on. The next one is the Adaptive Signal Technology Evaluation Study. That's not a construction project, it's an evaluation study. And then let me just talk very briefly about it. The Adaptive Signal Control Technology is a new, I can call it state-of-the-art traffic control technology that's just come onto the market within the last couple years or so. And one of the things that we want to do as part of the Mobility Advancement Program, and one of the things that we've promised to the public, is we want to make sure that we're utilizing the best advanced technology that's available to help us with regards to managing our traffic. And what the adaptive signal technology does is that based on a number of sensors and cameras and so forth, it actually records actual traffic volume and uses real-time traffic data to adjust the traffic signal durations across certain intersections. And it doesn't, one thing I want to emphasize is that it is not something that is a panacea that works in all situations. It is most effective in situations where you have variable traffic. What I mean by that is, as an example, we have a couple drawbridges across the county. They open and close, and it just depends on boat traffic, and it's highly variable. No one can predict it, but it has an impact on the traffic situations. So with a technology like adaptive signal technology, what it can do is that based on real-time data on how long the backup is, it will adjust the traffic signal, the timing duration, to allow you to clear intersections sooner than if you have a more of a static type situation. So it applies in that type of situation, variable situation, areas where you have a lot of shopping centers, where you have a lot of traffic going in and out at unpredictable time frames. So we have about 22 of them, these areas that we have identified as part of our program that we want to implement this type of technology on. And the thing about this is that there's a couple of these softwares that are available for the market. Each one of them have advantages, and they work better in one situation than another. It's not a one-size-fit-all type situation. So one of the things that we want to do is to be able to take a look, evaluate these type of technologies that are on the market, so we can identify what is best for the situations that we have. So that's what that study is, and we want to get started on that as quickly as possible, so we can start to begin to implement some of these technologies actually out in the field. So just that the last bullet point is just an FYI. While all of these things are going on, we continue to have projects that our board have previously authorized. Many projects that are related, but we're going to continue to work through them. So that's very quickly what the game plan for FY19 is for the road-related improvement projects. But since I'm up here, I just want to give you a quick sneak preview, so to speak, in terms of where we go next. Is that where we're going to go from here, as Gretchen mentioned, that we're going to be putting together sort of a longer range plan. And we're going to continue to push these projects as quickly as we can along, so we can demonstrate to the public, and we can also provide the benefits to the public as quickly as we can. But in taking a look at the projects, there's also, I think, one parallel path that we want to be taking too, is that we have already talked about the number of city projects and the number of county projects. And if you overlay them on the map, what you can see is many of them can occur in the same area. If we were to do each one of them individually, what we could have a tendency to do is that we work on a project here, and 6 months, a year later, we come back with different projects in the same vicinity. That obviously is not the benefit, to the public. And so what we wanted to is to take a look and see, certain areas, certain type of corridors are more amenable to having these projects work together at the same time. So it could be city projects, it could be county projects, it could be FDOT or projects funded by the MPO. But in any event, these projects really, could have that benefit, and we can all work together on it. And that way, there's going to be disruption to the public when construction is going on, but all of that should be coordinated, managed, so that we minimize the impact to the public. So along that line, we've identified 9 corridors that kind of make sense for us to take a look at. So starting next year in FY 2020, and I see Gretchen has already jumped up to it, is that we're going to start studying some of these corridors to see how we can coordinate them and how we can make the best plan in terms of implementing them to minimize impact to the public. So just a quick sneak peek, that's something that we're going to be going ahead with. So it's kind of like a parallel path of taking a look at the corridors, which is going to, by its nature, is going to take a little bit longer to plan and coordinate, but at the same time, we're going to be moving forward projects individually that don't necessarily fall within the corridors, that don't necessarily get the benefits of the corridor, but we want to push ahead on those at the same time too. So, thank you.
Chair, could I,
Yes,
question?
go ahead.
Thanks. Tony, thank you for that explanation.
Sure.
That was very helpful. I am still, I understand the distinction between state and county roads, and I'm wondering, what the implications are there in terms of the source of funding. We're going to be getting these hundreds of millions of dollars each year to fund these improvements, and I see that, the fiber optic network improvement project is, mostly probably a capital project. It appears to be on a state road. Will county funds support that project?
Yeah, on those two projects, some of the roads, that's where some of the confusion may occur, is that some of the roads have a state segment, some of it have a county segment. It's on the same road, and commercial is a very good example. There is there's the segment, I think, up to University is state, and then from University to, I think, Pine Island is the county, and then from Pine Island to Nob Hill is a city. So you get a mixture of it, and those two roads those two projects happen to be on county roadways. Okay, in terms of our construction, we work very closely together with the state on a number of these things. While the primary emphasis is the county to do the county roads and the state to do the state roads, there's interaction that because of one reason or another that we coordinate and we work across boundaries a little bit.
Okay, so then I guess is it correct to say that the county funds will not be funding state road improvements? I guess that's where I'm having a difficulty.
I understand your question, and I think that goes back to that very first slide when I mentioned that many of the projects that we are anticipating doing are in a state corridor. And so working closely with the state and with FDOT on those projects and how they get delivered is incredibly important to us. I think your specific question, if I'm understanding, is has FDOT District 4 submitted projects into the Surtax plan? Will Surtax dollars fund state-requested projects? At this time, there are not state projects in the plan, but we certainly have had conversations with Mr. O'Reilly, the Secretary, and I anticipate the possibility of seeing the state submit projects for your consideration in the future. Yes.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry to reiterate, I just want to understand. So are we investing money in state-eligible streets ahead of the state funding that same project?
No, we actually work together with them very closely on it. We actually maximize their funding sources. So, it's not the type of thing that we actually, they have a game plan in terms of how they want to spend the money, and we actually, in many cases, we time our projects to work together with them so that we can maximize both sources.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
Chair,
Go ahead.
and again, I'm sure we have to be careful always with that 30%, not to be working on projects where 50% or more of state dollars are being utilized. How are we creating that balance?
Well, Interestingly, as part of the assumptions in the financial plan, many of our major projects will have a federal funding component or a state funding component. And because it was an expectation of our commission and of the voters that we try to leverage these dollars are your local dedicated source of revenue so that you can better leverage state and federal funds, especially on big projects. Neither the state nor the federal government allows for local preferences. So how we go about delivering projects and who delivers the projects and how much state money goes into the project is a very important component of our considerations and how we structure these funding requests to you. And it's what, like I said, it's something that we are working very closely with FDOT on right now. But again, we are bringing you projects that the county intends to deliver with Surtax only funds right now. When the time comes for us to bring you blended funded projects, we're going to have to break that out, and you're going to have to see exactly how much is Surtax funds versus state funds versus federal funds. We aren't at that point yet.
That leads me into my question. First of all, you should be commended for matching funds, and I think we should track every bit of it, and we have a special report which will make it much easier when you come on and say, okay, this is state, this is federal, this is our surtax. And by the way, we've already increased this surtax money by whatever. So we need to have all these projects tracking when they're match funds and keep a record of that.
But to speak to Ms. Pennant's statement, it might be interesting if going forward into 2020, when we are blending, that we potentially look at it globally, and then in order to meet the 30%, let's say in total you spend 300 million, and there's 100 million in county only, or maybe you make that 100%. I don't know if you can, but in order to true the thing up, we're going to have to look at it globally, I think.
Yes, I agree.
Correct?
Correct. And that's why I'm constantly asking that question, because I want to make sure that we have the capacity to deliver on that requirement.
Okay.
Okay. In terms of shovel-ready, I want to just make sure what shovel-ready means from the county perspective.
Ready to go into construction bidding process.
So you have the design, you have all, everything?
Yeah, the only ones that are not completely shovel-ready, and that's why I said earlier, almost, is some of the school zone projects that they're minor, smaller projects. They're very quickly to get ready and finish. But the rest of them, their designs are completed. We can start the procurement process upon approval. Yeah, I'm sorry, yes, the design was previously paid for by general funds from the county.
Okay, and I was just trying to see how I can correlate these projects to what was approved by the voters, the county commission.
They are.
How do I, I know you're saying they are, but I was just curious, is there a way to take this to be able to relate it to?
It's a great question, and I appreciate you asking. Again, on the Penny for Transportation website, there's also a tab. Previously, I told you about the financial plan tab. There's a tab that's called Project Map. If you click on the Project Map tab, you can see every single project GIS mapped with a detailed description of each one. And so what you would do is you would select, and it's broken out by project type. So you would select fiber optic, and you would be, so that you would, I wouldn't want somebody to look at all, 1,500 projects. It's overwhelming. But you can select just fiber optic, just mast arm, just school safety zone improvements, and you'll find these exact projects. And the other option is if you know the neighborhoods that these are in or the cities that these are in, they're nearby you and you can do it by selecting the tab that says projects in your city, and you'll see them visually depicted.
Awesome.
But what I think I'd like to see at these meetings when we're going to vote on something is to bring that information. Yeah, but but as part of our package, so that we can see the detail, I get that it's on the internet, but as we vote on projects, I think we should have within our package all the details and how it relates to the budget. If it was brought forward as a master plan and numbers were already allocated for those line items that are being approved at that particular meeting, then we should have the backup that shows, okay, it's meeting this budget line item, they're using up this much of it, you know, that kind of thing, so that we can really thoroughly understand that this meets it. Because using a PowerPoint with some explanation, it doesn't go deep enough into the detail. Now, I see that we have the routes and some line items here, I guess on Exhibit A. But then how does that correlate to this last page that has big numbers on it? So I just think we've got to be very thorough as to the information we're being given before we're asked to vote on any projects.
So I wanted to finish. So in terms of if it's fiber optic network improvement, so is there a project number tied to these different things that somehow relates back? Because that would be the detail that would be helpful to be able to correlate it back to maps, and that it was somehow, just like you do with CIP projects, you know, typically they have project numbers, some way to make correlations, and not where I have to do all of this work to figure out, and we sitting here now trying to say, yes, go ahead and spend the money. And when I look at the financial, this doesn't have any page, but it talks about the numbers on the capital. In your presentation, it wasn't up here. It says 5.25 million in projects, and then it talks about the three, well, fiber optic, mass arms, school safety. Again, I can't tie it down to the individual numbers that make up the aggregate of the 5.25 million. You have 250 for evaluation study. So is that this adaptive signal evaluation? Is that the 250?
Yep.
And 715 then correlates to this public works will continue to complete ongoing capacity?
Let me.
So I'm just not making relationships to the
Understood.
dollar sign.
Understood. We have our budget director is here and has a breakdown for each category, for each department's budget requests that is beyond. So just to be clear, these three projects are the 5.25 million, okay? So those, and there are 9 projects in 3 categories. That makes up the 5.25 million. And I guess we're not able to, we have no access to the internet. But these projects have been approved by the Board of County Commissioners in October 9th of 2018, along with all of the other projects at the funding level that we are requesting. And actually, you know what? That's not accurate. These are the exceptions. These were in our CIP. These public work projects are in this CIP, right?
They are in the Surtax program.
Right,
Yeah.
but the design of them
Yep,
was
the
funded
design
through
of
the
them,
general
yeah.
fund, right. So these are the exception to the projects that you're going to see today, in that they were advanced using general funds through our CIP program, and then placed in the design, and then placed into the Surtax fund for construction. And I will, from this point on, bring you that level of detail. Thank you for letting us know that that's something that you would like. We were, again, under the assumption that you all were primarily going to be looking at these projects as whether or not they're eligible under the statute. and whether or not you agreed with the proposed expenditures. So that, I just wanted you to know why I didn't provide you with that level of detail. So we're trying to give you a lot of information about what the projects do so that you can feel comfortable about what they are with respect to their statutory eligibility. And we want to give you information about what they cost so that you can approve them as a proposed expenditure. But I am happy to bring you whatever level of detail you need with respect to tying them back to the original plan.
So it looks like on Exhibit 4, Department of Public Works total and the Broward County Transit total equal $5.255 million. Those are the two numbers, and those are the individual line items. And then to the right, there's a column that talks about annualized 2019 requests. I don't quite understand what that means. The numbers are bigger. Maybe they're operational numbers?
That would be a full year cost.
So your request is 5.2 at this moment in time?
Well, it's a partial year because the county's
gotcha.
fiscal year ends September 30th. So the fiscal year for the county is October 1 to September 30. And so this would be through the end of the county's fiscal year, which is September 30. That's why it's not budgeted for an entire year.
I get that,
makes
but
sense?
at the end of the day, these are reoccurring costs that are going to happen for 3 more quarters?
That would be anything in the September 1,
Yes.
2020 fiscal year would
Yes.
be
Right, will be of
approved for that,
2020.
through that process.
I don't understand why we get this annualized thing unless it's operational.
Yes, there you are. So
Okay.
at the bottom of that sheet of your exhibit 4, I think it's, I don't have it, the exhibit number on mine. Let me see. Here we are. Okay, so at the bottom of exhibit 4, you're seeing capital. And what you see, like you said, for the Department of Public Works, that those numbers are going to total up to the $5.25 million. Those are one-time capital costs for this particular fiscal year. What we were trying to do is show you on the operational side what you can expect to see in FY20, because we've skipped way ahead. We've skipped into the budget presentation, but just so that you all understand, we are, as soon as we leave here, we are going to start working on fiscal 20. So we're going to be back to you with FY20 very soon. So we thought it would just be helpful to go ahead and start showing you some of the numbers that we know that we already have.
Okay, and so I'm just going to ask some questions as they relate to these line items. So, like office equipment and computers and equipment, office supplies, is that supposed to be personnel services or personal? Personnel services?
That's the terms that our budget office uses.
Is that right?
But it's personnel.
It's personnel.
Staff.
Okay, and is that the people out in the field that are actually
So let me,
dropping the
I'm
data?
gonna move forward so that I can, because I want, for the public too, I mean, we broke this down into 2 parts so that you all would see kind of an implementation. You would see what the plan was and what we were intending to do, and then you would see what the costs associated with that are. So what you're seeing, I think when you're looking at, hold on one second, I just want to make sure I get to the right place. When you're looking at the costs associated with office supplies, you are looking at standing up this organization, and we're calling it MAP Admin. There are no programs of this size anywhere in the country that don't have an administrative component. There's purchasing, there's going to be a lot of legal work, contractual work. We're going to have to be doing compliance. We're going to be doing internal program analysis and compliance at both the financial level and the programmatic level. And so we are looking to be as conservative again as possible because we don't know exactly what we're going to need yet until we start doing the work. That would be 7 positions. And then in the innovation area, in actually Lenny's area, we're talking about funding using Surtax funds, 3 positions of an entire, much larger innovation office that would have a lot of general fund components to it. I would not just be transportation focused. So when you're looking at that Exhibit 4, that detailed Exhibit 4 budget, you're seeing information that's beyond project level. It's beyond what it's beyond what we're going to be doing out in the field. It's the cost of reconfiguring office space. It's the costs of co-location. It's costs of buying equipment for brand new staff people, because there's a lot of new staff that are coming on. Some of them are going to be office staff, some of them are going to be field staff, some of them are going to be bus operators, some of them are going to be mechanics, and we're going to go through that a little bit. Does that help?
So those are your initial.
Okay.
So those are your initial startup costs, but not necessarily recurring costs.
And we broke them out from initial startup to recurring. I mean, to ongoing, yes.
One quick question.
Sure.
Those projects that we just looked at, the 5 million and change, those are all coming out of the county's budget of, I mean, they're coming out of the county share, not city's share. These are all county projects.
Correct. We're not bringing you any city projects right now.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
So on the front end of this, what I need to understand is exactly what you just talked about, and maybe it's in this presentation, and maybe I'm jumping ahead here.
It's okay.
But at the end, what I like to see is, okay, to stand up this organization from Public Works, from Broward Transit, and whatever other departments there are, we should have a budget for that. And then I can see what it's gonna cost me on an annual basis to operate and to stand up the organization. Then on a project, and this answers to a lot of things that Ms. Pennant speaks about, and I'm sure you're doing it this way, I'm just saying, this is what I need to see, is on a project-by-project basis, I need to see what it costs to put it together, so that we're not using projects to pay for potentially things that, I don't know, staff that might not be exactly for this Surtax program. And that, the only reason I'm saying that is because we're supposed to be looking out for that. And if there's a way you can show it so that we can understand it, that would be great. And you probably are going to do that. I'm just like, I may be jumping ahead a little bit. Okay. Do you want to keep going?
I think that I'd like to take my cues from you all. I mean, again, we're very over in our time. I want to respect all of your time. And if you would like to move to the budget presentation so that we can get through that, then I'm happy to go there, and we can talk about the innovation components and our data collection components and have another demonstration at our next meeting in May. I mean, we're gonna meet next month, and I can move some of the components of this presentation there. I just want to, if you all are ready to move into the budget, then let's move into the budget. I'm fine with that.
Budget.
Okay.
Yes.
I agree. You guys are all right with that?
Okay. So what we'll do is
Can I ask a question? So,
Please.
because at some point today, you wanted approval of the budget, right? And the expenditure of funds.
yes, we're looking for you to.
So that's why it was important from my
Absolutely.
perspective, because it wasn't just about the concept, it's that you're looking for approval.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, under the ordinance, you all have the right to take 120 days to provide us with that approval. I just want to make that absolutely clear. We were hoping that you all would get enough information today, and with the information that we'd sent you previously, that you would be able to make that decision today. So, because we are trying to take an item to our board on May 7th. But, we take our cues from you, and obviously, we all want you to feel very comfortable.
Are there more items in this $5-some million? Or is this?
Oh, yeah, no, there's way
a
more.
lot more.
Yeah.
Okay, then we better.
Let me get into that. Okay, so one of the things that we're trying to do is follow a best practice that we've seen around the country, which is to co-locate. And we looked at a lot of different options. We evaluated what was possible. We evaluated moving existing staff that are in various locations to one single kind of independent location. We looked at leasing. And after a lot of of work by our staff, we determined that the easiest thing to do would be to move to GC West, to move a couple of functions that currently don't exist at the Governmental Center West location, to move them there, because you already have transit, you already have traffic engineering and highway construction, you have the Environmental Protection Growth Management Division, and so that's what we're proposing to do. That's our plan. And that would be bringing those 3 innovation office, Surtax-funded innovation team members, and 7 administrative positions to the governmental center. If that's approved, that phase 1 move will cost about $700,000. That's the estimate that we've received, and it would begin in June and be completed in December of 2019. I want to share with you that in addition to just reconfiguring that space, we intend to create a publicly facing area where people can come and interact with these projects. We're looking at partnering with various entities locally and nationally, perhaps even internationally, to help us do 3D imagery. We're looking at virtual reality, at ways to tell the stories of how these projects can work, how they can impact people's lives, so people can feel it, they can experience it, and understand what's possible, without actually having to travel to another country to see it in action. And so that's another component of this, and we would, also be able to do workshops there. You would be able to do public hearings and bring people to that location once it was completed. That was one of the things that we wanted to do for the Oversight Board. Any questions on that?
This 700,000 is to reconfigure existing county space?
Yes.
After it's reconfigured, will they be charging rent to this,
It's a good question.
I mean, basically, we're dealing with a very large project, and we're putting a team together to do it. And they're basically working on just that. So there are, whenever the dollars are not going for something in the ground, we just need to know about it.
I'm not sure I
Whether you agree
feel
or not.
solid about paying rent. Seriously.
Why not? Lenny, in the mic.
Because
We
we're
can obviously
counties.
bring, the
All the
experts
county
in to
pays
talk
rent
about
in
this,
They
but
do?
just
Yeah.
so you know, the way the county works is that the general fund, which is, the general tax dollars, pays for most of the county buildings, and the people that are in those spaces generally do county-supported functions. Anytime you have a special purpose fund, like the airport, the seaport, or in this case, the space that the Surtax is moving into was previously occupied by the building department. The building department is a special purpose fund. They are responsible for using their funds to support themselves, and so they pay, generally market rate or a little bit less than market rate rents to occupy those spaces on a square footage basis.
Okay, you got it.
And you can choose either to rent your own building or use the county building. It's generally cheaper to use the county facility, but that's the way all of the county's internal funds work.
It goes beyond rent. The county has an indirect cost allocation plan where all of the non-program costs are accumulated and then spread among all of the projects.
Okay, and this is in our big budget. You anticipated this.
Of course.
Okay. We're just hearing it for the first time.
No,
Okay.
I'm just negotiating where there's no room to negotiate. Okay, that's fine.
Okay. And so then, as we also talked about, it's very important. We are not going to be able to get where we need to go without bringing in a lot of expertise, and we've talked about that previously. The cost to the surtax of that communications, marketing, branding, and it's also, there's going to be an engagement, a public engagement component of that that's very important. The cost to the surtax is $62,500 in FY19. It's going to be shared with other enterprise agencies because this is not going to be specific to the surtax. It's a 5-year contract. It will have a lot of different components to it, and we anticipate that anyone working inside of the county, any of our county agencies, could access the services of this team.
Maybe another way to look at this, there's hard cost and soft cost. Hard costs going in the ground, or
Right.
soft cost. Do you guys have any idea what the percentage of this surtax money is going for soft cost versus
lot.
hard cost?
So the whole reason for going after a transportation surtax is because the operations and maintenance costs associated with running.
I'm not talking about operations and
Okay.
maintenance of that. I'm talking about this office space, I mean, I'm just curious, is it 10%, is it 20%?
Oh, it's way less than that, yeah.
Way less than that? Well,
Yeah, I
way
mean,
less
if
than
you
that.
look at the annual projected income, it's like 300 million. And I mean, in this, you know, this whole ask here, I mean, the staff and all that stuff is much less than 1% of that.
Oh, so if it's
And
a small number, that's
it's-
the important thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's
we're
not.
trying to run like a business,
I
right?
totally agreed. In
It's-
fact, like I said, our special purpose funds, we do run like businesses. The idea here is that we want to deliver the
But
maximum
that
value to the
700,000 I
public.
saw just before the slide, is just the hard costs of moving, has nothing to do with rent or whatever you want to call it.
Right, and that's in here.
Okay.
You'll see the various breakdowns like per person, and that
As long as
that
it's a
includes-
very small number, it's
Yeah,
probably fine.
it's a relatively minuscule portion of the overall
Yeah.
cost of the.
It's much less than the multiple you used to charge in consulting services.
That's right.
That's good.
Okay.
Go ahead. Do you want to speak a little bit, Lenny, about the MIT?
That's this third bullet point.
Yes.
So basically, and I'll give you
It's
kind
the
of
second, yeah,
a
yeah, it's the
really
third.
abbreviated, version of. So, we talked a lot today about technology and about artificial intelligence and other things. And the idea here is that, the built environment, the gray environment can be very frustrating for people because they wait at the light and there's no other cars coming, but they're waiting anyway. Or maybe you're a pedestrian and there are no cars coming, but you can't cross the street. Or, it just doesn't feel safe to walk or what have you. And so the idea here is that the natural environment, which is what we would compare the built environment to, which is kind of what comes naturally to us, is responsive and adaptive. If you're walking through the woods, there's an awareness there between the birds and the wind responds to you. I mean, everything sort of reacts to changes that you make. And so this idea is that you'll hear a lot about Internet of Things, sensors, 5G, this idea that we can use those types of technologies to make the gray environment adaptive and responsive. And the idea being that, if you have a traffic signal and it's counting vehicles and it knows when cars are coming and when not coming and can alter its timing, pedestrian detection technologies that can tell a person is disabled and maybe they need a little more time to cross the street, so we change the timing for that. Your street light might brighten when you walk by. This idea that we would want to understand how people are getting around the county, where they're coming from, where they're going to, what the changes in their commute times are, detecting slowdowns and alerting us to that, using artificial intelligence to look and say, the last time I saw this pattern, there was a vehicle broken down. Perhaps there's a vehicle broken down. Let me alert someone. I mean, who do you call when your car is broken down? You don't call 911. People don't know, and then people don't understand why they can't get down the street. And so this idea would be that we would, through the Internet of Things, vehicle-to-infrastructure communications, the infrastructure could tell the vehicles, and this kind of exists in other places already, Las Vegas, for example. The car can be told the light's going to be green for this much longer, or it's going to turn red in this much time. Or if you go 32 miles an hour instead of 35, you'll catch the next 8 green lights. This type of information so that we're communicating with people, and maybe it's not drastically reducing their commute time, but it is at least allowing them to be able to understand how much longer it's going to be, what their expectations are for where they're going to go, as well as finding out where, we could position transit routes. You asked earlier, how did we figure that out? Well, right now it's very educated guesses, but when we have this type of technology and we leverage information from people's movements, either from cell phone data or from sensors that we install or from companies like Waze and Google and things like that, that we be able to combine all these disparate data sources and be able to understand how people are interacting with the various roadways and how they're getting around, planning for transit routes, planning for park and ride locations, making adjustments to, you know, the infrastructure that we have, and it's not just surtax related, right? It's infrastructure that maybe, you know, we know what the flow in the pipes are, and we can tell when flooding's occurring, or we put in pollution sensors, and we know that because we've got a lot of vehicle idling in this area, that localized air quality is poor. We made a change, now the air quality is better. You can look at things like, hey, we think we're going to put a bypass in. We can figure out how people are actually using that intersection before and after that improvement, so we can justify whether or not we want to keep doing that, or maybe we want to pivot and look at what works and deploy that throughout the county. One of the things we want to do is create an innovation district in the downtown area where we would see what's working in other places. London is where MIT is currently working. They're basically considered the foremost smart city in the world, pretty much. London is right up there. And so they would come here and advise us on what's working in other places, on what types of technologies to deploy. We would invite in lots of different private sector providers and be able to test various different types of sensors, what's durable, what's reliable, what's giving us the type of information that we want, and then be able to come up with a strategy for leveraging those types of investments across not just surtax projects, but all county projects. It may be that we decide every time we buy a catch basin, it has this sensor in it that can tell you it's full and it needs to be cleaned out, or it's clogged, or you know what the flow rates are in it, or whether or not a flood's occurring. So we basically propose to bring in MIT to leverage those types of data, to interact with the public, to basically try to understand how people are using these areas and deploy these technologies across our future infrastructure investments.
So,
And talk about ways too.
Right, so we recently did partner with Waze. Actually, I think we just signed the agreement with them today, and we're going to be looking for municipalities to give us information on road closures. I know I went on Fort Lauderdale's website one day, and they had 50 going on at one time. And this idea that we can find out that information across the county and provide that to Waze through their Connected Citizens program. And then they would, in turn, will provide to us information on origin and destination, commute times, general trends, changes, updated every 2 minutes. And so we can hopefully use that information in combination with cell phone information, fitness tracker information, as well as any sensors that we end up installing, sensors that FDOT already has, these things called blue toads that can tell when people come by because of their Bluetooth signals. And then it's all also about data visualization and this idea that data is at your fingertips. And we've heard a lot of people today say, how do I make a decision if I don't have access to information? And our goal here is to provide information to the public, to you, and to other agencies that already exist in one central location, which is what we're sort of calling the county brain. And rather than have that be, oh, here's a spreadsheet or a PDF you have to read through, but have it be visualized, right? 3D visualizations. We're looking at partnering with Magic Leap, which is an example of that, where you have augmented reality glasses, right? And the idea is that you're seeing the room you're in, but you're also seeing things overlaid on it. So we could go, and again, this isn't surtax related, but on the general fund side, and look at various parts of the county and render, 3D sea level rise on those intersections. And you'd be able to see, oh, well, this is where the water is going to be, and this is how high it's going to be on the building, and you'll be able to understand in a very visceral way what the impact of that is. Or I don't know if you've heard people talking about the new public communications towers for the public safety radio system, and there's one at Westlake Park, and we could render that, and you could put the glasses on, or hold up your cell phone and see it and say, well, is that tree blocking it? Is it really what I think it will be? Same thing with a change to an intersection, a new bus facility, even things like Chris was saying, right now people can get access to when the bus will get there, but you have to have the app, or you got to know what to look for. And the idea would be, well, can we make that something where if you go to the county app and you hold up your phone, anything that we have available in that area would show up, right? Like project the bus timing on the side of the bus bench, or the schedule, or oh, here's the sea level rise. And this idea that we would make it accessible, easy to use, visual, either through renderings, through mapping, through 3D visualizations, as well as, like, for this group in particular as well, there are these 3D cameras that we can go and install in various places. And, we would use them on the building code side because we have to do smoke testing, and we look at like a new airport terminal, and we have to put smoke in there and then see how quickly it can be sucked out through the doorways. Right now, we have to put on respirators. It's a risk management issue. Put the 3D camera in there, put a person with an Oculus headset on. They can see what's really happening without being in there. Same thing for this group. We could bring those cameras to various locations, use the headsets. People can see those types of, improvements, experience them. You can look, you don't have to look at just with cameras. You can look at anywhere. You can ask the person questions. So this is all sort of part of this planning that we would have, and I'm sure there's many more things that I haven't gone over, but the idea is that we would engage a research institution to advise us on these technologies, to help us deploy them in a manner that makes sense and that maximizes our investments, and that we can provide that seamless, sort of reactive, great environment.
So that's what the 400,000 is?
That's the 400,000.
That's just the advice, and then my
That's
next
just
question
the
is,
research, yeah.
we're gonna assume buying some new equipment?
Yes, there are
Is that
gonna be.
is that coming up?
Hey,
And I also assume that everything in green is what you're looking for us to approve today, right? And
right.
last question,
That's why it's green.
out of curiosity, so I know where we are in the timeline, how much money are you asking us for? We haven't seen it yet, but I'm just curious.
Well,
Is it 10 million, 20 million?
It's in your exhibit. It's in
haven't read
Exhibit
this
4.
It's
Pardon?
It's a little under $60 million total.
59,550,000.
Okay, so I know where we're at. We haven't
Yeah.
spent that much yet. That's
So
okay.
we've just
Thank you.
gone through a few line items.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms.
All right,
Pennant.
Well, I may be jumping ahead. I just noticed that in the budget, and I don't know what page this is, but I see only $10,000 assigned for small business outreach costs, so it seemed like a really tiny percentage.
That's
Small.
just in FY19. There will be much more. Actually, we just saw the FY20 ask come in.
Okay.
So at this point, because we aren't really doing construction on a lot of projects, it's really more about just getting people engaged. And we know that they've already started doing a lot of this work using general fund dollars. Now they can actually get some access to some of these surtax funds that are related to specifically to that 30% goal. But I'm with you. This is an incredibly important component of this program, and I know Sandy's.
Well, I think he stepped out.
Oh, he stepped out.
Right.
Okay.
I just
But
know-
Sandy's all over it.
Right.
Just
I
so
just
that
know
you
that
know.
there's a lot of training and education that's needed in the small business, with small businesses, and we need to be preemptive. We can't wait until the projects start to get them ready.
Oh, absolutely.
And so that's why I'm concerned. I
But
want to
isn't
make
some of
sure.
that part of the other part of the project, I forget what it was called here,
This, well, it's not part of the set aside, this 10%.
No.
But it,
They have a public participation and all of that. That was wasn't that part of the project here also?
Actually, I'll talk to you about that because it's the very next thing. This public engagement project is actually, this is bringing in a very nonprofit, but a globally recognized consulting and research firm that they focus on making public data accessible and meaningful. Their whole mission is around transparency and engagement. And they are going to come in and work on performance measures, deliverables, do focus groups, help us understand how we actually analyze the data that we're getting all of this data. We have, so much data that we're going to be collecting and that we already have, and how do we utilize that to talk to the public, to you, in a meaningful way. But that is not related to specifically to the local participation goal.
All right. Yeah, Doug.
Okay. So the next
Not
slide is
confused
just
at all.
about training and development. And hopefully your retreat is in there too.
Okay.
This goes back to what Lenny was just sharing with you, the county brain the system of systems, the Internet of Things, the data collection and analysis component of this. It has a Surtax piece, but it has a general fund piece as well. Sorry? It is, find it. Yes, it's under map administration. You'll see the MIT data analysis, the streetlight data contract, the ways. It's rolled up into the person. So when you see the last slide here, the MPO is, I don't think they're here. They are here. Okay. So the MPO is here if you have any specific questions on this contract, but these are the payments that would be due in FY19 in order to help them stand up their organization to do the municipal prioritization process. And then this is a summary of the administration and innovation component of the budget that you have in Exhibit 4.
That's for this.
So there are 7 Surtax administration positions and then 3 Surtax-funded innovation team staff. They're going to be co-located, so we put them together, okay? And then all of the contracts that we just talked about with you are here, and then the total would be just a little under $2 million.
Okay.
Okay? In the Public Works area, you've seen the 2019 project, so we just wanted to show that to you again. Again, I know it's a little bit repetitive, but just because of the level of public interest, I wanted to make sure that we were connecting these things back to the previous part of the presentation. So they are asking for 16 total positions in the Public Works area. This is roadway safety, roadway, highway construction, traffic engineering, and they have an administrative and IT position in there as well to help support them. Here's your total in the, go ahead, sorry? There is a vehicle purchase, and it's here under capital. No, this is actually for Public Works. And I think you all were getting some bucket trucks?
Yeah, the 2 bucket trucks.
2 bucket trucks. Is there anything else?
The vehicle cost.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to ask something, and I think it's just important that I ask it.
Please.
Okay, it's for only one reason. So all these expenditures are going towards Surtax type uses?
100%.
Okay.
And that's again why it's so important that you all have that detailed financial audit.
Like the bucket trucks, really? The bucket trucks just for Surtax?
Come on up.
Yeah. The 2 bucket trucks are going to be used by our traffic signal technicians to help to repair the signals above.
Okay.
And
Okay.
that's the bulk of that cost.
Sounds good.
That's the same issue you're gonna have though.
With a lot of stuff.
With the buses. I mean, you've got a fleet of 300 and
That's
you're
right.
buying an additional 35
Well,
right now.
but the line item is to upgrade the service, which to me says you're just giving it more muscle, and that you're overlapping.
You're overlapping on the
That's
existing
true.
route by
That's true.
extending it, so.
That's true.
At what part of time in the route is the bus?
That's true.
A bus or a Surtax bus?
That's right. Well, that's true. I don't look at it the same way, but that's okay. All right, where are we?
I have a question.
Please.
So I'm looking under Public Works, and it says Personnel Service 730. That's the 16 positions?
Yes. That's the operating here on this particular slide.
I see, okay.
Okay?
So if I read this right, grand total operating is about 8 million, right? 7.9? I'm adding up
yes,
3735, okay.
7.9.
And then we got another 51 million in capital expenditures, of which 40 million are these new buses. That's the big issue.
Yes.
So 40 million is for
Mm-hmm.
somewhere between 359
there.
and 620 plus replacement buses. Is that what that's for? I mean, how many buses are we buying for $38 million? Somebody, and now we're buying them all at once?
147.
Huh?
147, says Mr. Walton. Oh, there you go.
147?
500,000 each.
Should be in there someplace.
It is in here, that's why I'm trying to get to it. Okay, here we go. Here's your slide. It's 147 fixed route buses, 82 are grant funded, 65 are surtax funded. We have 5 new electric buses that are 100% grant funded, and then a big buy on the paratransit vehicles is 128.
Okay. I think the whole idea of the new routes and everything else and lead time, it's all necessary. They're not a problem. I just wanted to, it's 40 million of the 60 you're asking for today is basically going for the buses and then oversimplified.
Right, and the percentages aren't on here, but just because you asked earlier, if you look at map admin, it looks like it's about 3% of the 59 million, and then all operating is about 13%.
Well, that's going to be abnormally high because it's the first year too. And it's also not a full year.
And we're also not doing a lot of construction, big, huge construction projects.
Okay.
Okay, I think we covered, this is the summary for transit. We have 4 million for the service increase and administrative stand-up, plus the capital totals. Okay, so that goes to your question, Mr. Coleman. Specifically, there's a summary slide for each of these. And then you have your grand total summary slide. There are again, just to reiterate, this is going on the May 7th County Commission agenda for approval. This same presentation that you all are getting is being condensed into an agenda item so that the board can act on it.
So it's really 47 million of 60 million because you got the paratransit as well as, so it's really hard stuff is $48 million.
Yes. And as you can see on this slide, a significant number of the positions that are also being requested are for operators in transit. Are any other questions on this slide? Okay.
Bill?
Could I ask a question as it relates to the paratransit?
Chris, paratransit?
Is the Surtax proposed to fund all of the existing community bus services or just additions?
The community shuttle?
The community shuttle?
The Surtax?
I thought you were asking about paratransit.
Well, I'm sorry, I was confused.
Okay.
Okay, so community shuttle?
There is nothing here on paratransit at this point in time.
Yeah, there
in
is.
the program, is it?
Yeah.
Here.
Buses. And probably
Oh,
bus.
okay. But the community bus is not here then?
Someplace in there.
No, community shuttle starts in FY20. October 1 of FY20 would be our first payment,
Oh,
so you'll
okay.
see it in your FY20 budget proposal.
Okay, and when that comes forward, is that to replace all existing community buses?
No, not at all, not all at one time. You'll see each year, as vehicles retire, where we'll be replacing vehicles.
This is redundant question, but we have the city's funds of projects that was, how many billion was that, 3 or 4?
There's $2.8 billion worth of city projects in the 30-year plan.
Okay.
And there are no city projects in this budget request.
No, I understand
Okay.
that. And then the other monies that go to the county were broken down to existing operations and maintenance and upgrades, plus new stuff, and it was about half and half, right? I mean, if I remember correctly of the,
What was the question? I'm sorry.
well, I saw the budget in three numbers, the city projects,
Right.
the new county projects, and the old county stuff, just,
Oh.
and basically it was half and half. So some of this stuff, it's all in, was all anticipated.
Oh, of course.
It was upgrading the existing system and then making it better.
There's,
And half the money was just to make sure we could keep what we had, and the other half was to improve it.
I see it's the status quo piece.
If I could just, on the bus purchase of the 147 buses, we purchased 82 out of existing grant funds. Now, when I say 147, the fleet won't grow 147. 80 of those buses are for growth. The balance would be for replacement.
Are you gonna reimburse yourself for those 82 out of this money? You already bought them?
No,
Okay.
no, that money's already been expended in our federal capital program.
39, right?
39.
I thought it was 39 or something like that.
No, it's,
but
it's
No,
that,
let's
it's
keep
that
going.
first bullet, it says 147 fixed, under
Yeah,
new
82.
purchases.
Grant funded,
82 grant
65
funded.
surtax funded.
And no, we're not reimbursing ourselves. That's correct. Yes. And you're using this now? Right, we. Surtax dollars to purchase 65. That's correct.
This may sound strange, but these buses and increasing that head time and making them look better is the most visible thing that this money's gonna do. So the sooner you can move it out, the
That's
better.
why they're doing it now, I think. For sure.
Yeah, we actually placed the order for the ones that we could fund immediately. And the bus manufacturer is under, well, they're very clear that the balance cannot be built or ordered until you actually approve this. But the first 82 are already on order.
For the pilot program that's there for the electric buses, how far are those going, and how quickly do we anticipate that we can add to the electric fleet? I mean, are those just going shorter range to begin with?
No, actually, those are buses, again, I mentioned earlier, that's in conjunction with our partnership with the Florida Department of Transportation. We run express services to downtown Miami on 5 routes. Those first 5 buses will be used to operate a new express service on I-75 down to the Miami Intermodal Center, which goes almost to the airport. We anticipate receiving those buses in December of this year. In terms of moving forward, we're doing a couple things this summer. We have invited all electric bus manufacturers to bring a bus into Broward for us to operate for 30 days so that we can actually do an evaluation of the entire market. The technology in electric buses is changing so rapidly. We want to make sure that when we start making our purchases, that we're purchasing the most appropriate and the latest and greatest technology for Broward.
Okay, that makes sense.
Hey, Chris, can you tell them how long it's gonna be before we replace another? Buses live how long of a life? I think that's important.
It's very important. It's a great question. When you spend federal dollars on buses, the buses anticipated they will last you 12 years or 500,000 miles, whichever comes first. Just for your knowledge, we are running buses that are 16, 17, and some even 18 years old. And many of our buses have, well, over half of our fleet has exceeded that 500,000 mile mark.
500,000.
500,000 is the standard, the typical standard for bus replacement.
That's right. That's great. It's amazing how long they can go.
A replacement plan, how does that work with the county? Obviously,
There is now, because we haven't had the resources to replace the buses as we've needed to, and that's why we're running buses far beyond what would typically be their normal useful life.
Yep. Thanks, Chris. Okay. We've read that. Okay, I read that part. Did everybody else, does everyone know what our role is as an oversight board?
Make sure they're spending it in the right place, right?
I would like, though, if I could, Mr. Chair, as we move forward to approve these items, that we have a specific statute that we're citing. I mean, there are 4 different options there, and I need somebody to give me some guidance on which one that we are asserting meet the statute.
And so the sections under 212.05 Florida statutes, I guess it's 1D, it gets kind of repetitive. So it's planning, development, construction, operations, maintenance, expansion of operations for roads, bridges, bus system, fixed guideway systems, general transit systems, rail. So anything that is planning, development, operations, maintenance of those transit-related functions, operations, maintenance, which would be staff, the purchase of vehicles, the roadway projects, the signalization projects, all of them fall within, everything that's been presented today would fall within one of those categories. So it's not the way this particular section of the statute is written, it's not a model of, efficiency, because it gets repetitive in D1, 2, 3, and 4.
But I do note that in 4 is the only one that has planning as one of the eligible functions.
Right. Planning, development, construction, operation, and maintenance of roads, bridges in the county for planning, development, expansion, operation, and maintenance of bus and fixed guideway systems, and then planning, development, construction, operation, and maintenance of on-demand transportation services, and so on. Okay. So D4 is only one that says planning, but
there are some items there that I think are planning oriented.
They overlap.
Yes.
In operation.
Right. I think 4 captures what's in the first 3. I think it's the most comprehensive section, but it's kind of repetitive. Okay?
It's written by committee.
Yes.
So you making a motion?
I'd move to determine that projects presented to us today do meet the criteria for the establishment of state statute.
Second.
212.055.
1D4.
1D4, right.
Yes.
When we approve this kind of money, do you guys have a problem going around us doing a roll call, or we do that at the DDA whenever it's something that is significant in money, we take a roll call for a yes or a no vote. So
Can I say something for you?
Sure.
If my math is right, about 86.5% of this money is for what I call hard cost, with the balance being soft cost, not 2 or 3%. It's bigger than that, but that's still fine. I mean, your own numbers, that's just, okay. I think it's excellent. I think it'll make an immediate impact is what's really important.
It will. Okay. Do you mind keeping tally? We'll just go around the room, around the table. Shay, you want to start? There's a motion on the table.
I'm in favor. I approve.
Ms. Kelly?
I approve. I'm in favor. I approve, I'm in favor.
Ms. Chambers?
In favor.
Mr. Allen?
Aye.
I'm in favor. Ms. Pennant?
In favor.
In favor, Doug Coleman?
In favor, Allison Love.
All right. Okay, so it's approved. Gretchen, maybe you and I can work a little bit to, just so we can make it a little more, I think it was a little bit confusing, but it was our first shot at it, so that we understand all the details, and maybe there's a way to reposition the information in a way that we can better understand. Like we talked about, Ms. Love, about the details and all the things that you need.
I'm just looking to be able to tie it back to the projects that were approved by the board and ultimately what was presented to what they voted on, what the citizens voted on in the county. So if I can make those correlations, it'll help me when I get here.
Understood.
Smith.
One of the things we just voted on is basically the creation of an office and some facilities. So I would be curious, and maybe now's not the right time, we can talk about the next meeting, so we'll be meeting monthly, but what our interaction will be on an ongoing basis as all these things are happening, right? Because we'll have, you know, as the oversight board, it would be nice if we can have some sort of active role and engagement so that then when we come to these meetings, we're informed as to what's going on. So I don't know if you've thought much about that, or if there'll be any, like, hotel space there, for example. We can pop by and see what's going on and actually participate in the process. And also, I think it's important to, I really want to assist with the kind of the public engagement, as you kind of mentioned with the technology and all these sorts of things. So sure, these are things we can talk about in the future, but it sounds like we've decided to kind of, you know, something's going to actually happen here. We're going to have an office going and this sort of thing. So just something to think about.
Based on this meeting today, it's actually my hope, if you all will indulge me, that I can do individual briefings with you, but either in person or by phone, to do an agenda review in advance so that we can talk through the areas that you want more information about, or if something is structured in a way that isn't streamlined. And I think that will allow me to be able to serve you all more efficiently. And obviously, it is our hope that that space, the office that we create, is a place where you all can meet, where you can do workshops, where you can stop by, where we can, you know, engage the public. I mean, the real hope is it's a very engaging space, and a place where you know, the public is already going to receive services for a lot of different reasons. So that is the goal.
That's great. Mr. Kuhlman.
In light of today, which I think is wonderful, and thanks for your support with that, when are we going to take a closer look at the individual cities' projects so they can get moving fast? Because, you know, obviously we had to do this to make that happen, but I think that's, you know, if we're representing the people, that's what we need to work on next.
And I'm so sorry that we don't have strong enough Wi-Fi connection that we could bring you to the website, because we could have shown you all of that. You know, Ms. Love's question as well as the city projects. But the way that the interlocal agreement with the MPO is currently drafted, you would see those projects at the very latest in February of 2020. It is our goal to try to amend the current interlocal agreement between all of the cities, the MPO and the county, to give the MPO an extra month till March 1st, because it's taken so long for us to complete our negotiations, and it's just a very ambitious timeline, on top of the fact that there's, you know, also working through the end of their long-range transportation plan. But those so all of the projects, all of the city projects are, again, they're part of that website. I can break them down for you. You can see city by city on the website. You don't have to go through the GIS map. They're actually listed out, and they're both mapped, but they're also a narrative description underneath for ADA accessibility purposes.
Are we saying it's going to be almost a year before the cities are going to be notarized or authorized to start?
Well, they knew that. Actually, the interlocal agreement that we entered into with all of the cities and the MPO contemplated that they would receive their first project funding in 2020. We would like very much to be able to fund those projects that are brought forth by the MPO and recommended for FY 2020. We would like to fund them in our second supplemental April timeframe through our budget process at the county, so they don't have to wait until October 1.
So is the intent, though, with the MPO, are they ranking all 700 projects, or just the 500 or the 200 that came in late?
Well, unfortunately, because we have an existing interlocal agreement, multi-party, that says that they're ranking all 709, until we can amend that to reflect the business terms that we all agreed to, they are technically responsible for doing all 709. We feel very confident that we can get that interlocal agreement amended very soon, and
Can
then
I
it'll be.
ask a very naive question? If I were one of the cities out there, I would love to say, geez, can I just bring in my 5 best and cut it to 150 and let's get this thing moving? I mean, I don't understand why we have to rank 780 projects, or somebody does, that are going to be changed by the time the money's there. And if I were the city, why don't you ask them to bring in their top 5 and let's have the MPO take a look at it and let's move this thing along? I'm sorry, but
So
that
Gretchen,
just
if
doesn't
I-
make sense to me.
If I might,
What am I not understanding?
The current ordinance, the ordinance in its current form provides for the municipal projects to be prioritized by the MPO, and so does the interlocal agreement that Gretchen referenced. So to the extent that we can modify that, because there are some projects that don't fall within the criteria that the MPO is charged with applying. So the MPOs, the projects that they would list in terms of priority for funding would be those that promote connectivity or reduce traffic congestion. So the ones that for the most congested areas that would relieve the most congestion, that are shovel ready, those would be included in the MPO's prioritization process for the initial funding. There are other projects, municipal projects, that are rehabilitation and maintenance projects that fall within the statute. Road resurfacing, sidewalks, ADA improvements, bike lanes that don't promote connectivity or reduce traffic congestion. However, the current ordinance and interlocal agreement among the county, the cities, and the MPO include those 203 projects in the 709. And what we're working to do right now is to modify that so that the city projects that don't have to deal with shovel readiness because they're rehabilitation and maintenance could be funded. So if there's $100 million available for municipal projects to be funded in 2020, and they're only 75 million worth that are shovel ready, that reduce congestion and promote connectivity, there would be other money that the remaining funds could be applied to those that don't fall within that criteria for areas, say that have the F-rated roads or roads that need the most maintenance. A lot of the eastern municipalities in the older areas of the county. So we're working towards modifying the necessary documents in order to allow for that. It just hasn't been completed yet.
But to your specific question, there is also a component to the interlocal agreement with the MPO and our existing interlocal agreement that says new projects can be submitted. So there are two different processes that are contemplated that the MPO is undertaking. And why they need such a large amount of staff to stand this up is because they're dealing with the projects that are currently in the plan, but they're also creating an application process to be able to accept new applications for new projects that would meet perhaps what you're saying. They're high priority, they're things that have been identified recently, maybe they're well into design. The idea here is that we are not in a position any more than we would go back and, again, going to your point about the 10% population-based distribution. The concern with changing anything that's in the plan is if the cities came forward and they said, these are the top 5 projects, these are the things that we feel most strongly about, I believe that is what they're going to do. I've had quite a few municipalities tell me that they're going to go to the MPO and they're going to say, of the projects that are in this plan, these are the ones that we want you to do first because they're shovel ready, they're high priority, they're extremely important, they're connected to an FDOT project, they're on the same corridor where the county is going to be laying fiber. So I do think that that's what's going to happen. And the MPO is, at least I'm speaking for Greg, but from what I've gone to a lot of presentations with him, they're going to be reaching out to each municipality to ask them about the projects in the plan. Do you still want them? Do you need to amend them? Have you done any studies? So I do believe that will happen.
That's great. Good explanation. Thank you. Okay, we're going to do the other presentations next meeting, correct?
Yes. Could I just, would you indulge me for just a few more minutes? Because remember we talked about the ordinance changes that needed to occur. I wanted to just try to get some consensus from you all. We are trying to take the amendments to the ordinance to our board, possibly before you all have a chance to meet again. And so in that ordinance, there's a discussion of the types of reports being brought back from the Oversight Board to the Board of County Commissioners, but it does not detail what those reports would contain. And I didn't know, I know Phil spoke earlier about them being financial in nature, the results of these this audit. But if there was anything else that you all felt those reports would contain, I think it would be helpful for us to clarify that section of the ordinance, because I've gotten a lot of questions about what types of reports, when, what will, you know.
These are reports that we're rendering to the board.
Mm-hmm.
Other than the annual report that I think is specified in the ordinance.
Okay. It also talks about express written approval from the Oversight Board of both the proposed projects and the expenditures. So if that is something that you all would like to continue, that's fine. So subsequent to this meeting, there would have to be a letter drafted from the chair explaining that you all, the actions that you all took today on these, and it would be presented formally to the commission. You also have 120 days within the ordinance right now. And we were, and talking with Angela, we weren't certain whether you would like to continue to have that process where after you take action, there's a formal written letter that goes to the commission, or whether you could, if you still wanted to have 120 days. Any thoughts on any of that? I mean, if...
Oh, yeah, probably. Wait.
What she's saying is we have up to 120 days to act on a request from the board. And I don't think
Right, we understand.
that we're there. Right? So, I mean...
You're saying that we have 120
the
days to
motion that I made
report back to the
contemplated
board officially,
No,
right?
to act.
No, no. We could have waited another 120 days and
Right.
we acted today.
Right.
Okay, but I think we should have the window of 120 days moving forward in the event that something ever came back
Oh, I see.
that we didn't understand or that we thought was outside of the Surtax scope or whatever, and say, hey, we need more information, we don't totally agree with this, and it gives us the leeway to do that.
Alan, you had such great luck with your other letter. I think you should send another letter to the county commission and tell them we approve this, this, and this. I think we have to have a record of it.
Gretchen's the author. She writes better than I do.
I do think we have to have a letter
It's a team effort.
transmitted.
Okay.
So we have a written trail.
So
All right.
wait, so we're changing the ordinance right now?
Actually, so far, you have not requested any changes to the ordinance except for the 90 days to 180 days
the
for
audit.
the audit. And so I think we're good.
And the absence,
So the attendance policy wouldn't go in the ordinance. It would, what I will
that-
do
what
is
is that
revise the draft policies that you were provided to reflect Mr. Kuhlman's concern regarding the the voting of the chair and vice chair, to clarify that, and include the references to, or a modified attendance policy that's included in Chapter 1-233 of the Broward County Code of Ordinances that applies to other boards. It would be adapted to the needs of this board.
And to allow us to refer to the appointing committee in the event that that is breached, or whatever you want to call it.
Correct. And I did share with Ms. Love and with Phil what what currently 1-233 provides. And since this body meets, plans to meet monthly through the year, with the exception of a couple of months, it says, if the board meets more frequently than quarterly, then an appointee or member of this body is allowed 3 consecutive unexcused absences or can miss 4 properly noticed meetings in a calendar year for an excused unexcused absence. So, and it outlines what an excused absence would be, and that would be performing an authorized alternative activity related to this board's business that conflicts with this body's meeting, the death of a family member, and that would be spouse, child, grandparent, stepchild, the death of the member's domestic partner, members' hospitalization, so if you're hospitalized, that's an excused absence, and if a member is summoned for jury duty, so there are excused absences that are outlined herein, and so if you miss 3 consecutive meetings and one of those occurs, then it's an excused absence and you don't have an issue. So, correct, and what would happen is the current ordinance that applies to other boards, this board was not appointed by the county commission. This particular ordinance applies to those where the appointees to the board are directly appointed by the county commission. What would happen is if there are sufficient unexcused absences, this body would make a referral to the appointing authority for the removal of a member, if that's what the group desired.
Right. And then we can amend the policy, the draft at our retreat.
Right. It'll come back.
As we continue forward. One question before, are we ready to adjourn?
I wanted to bring up one more thing at the request of our budget director.
Okay.
I just needed to let you know that because of the way that the county's budget cycle operates, that if you take the month of August off, that you'll have to act on the FY20 budget requests in July. So I just wanted you to know. Oh.
Without delay, right? Okay, we understand.
Yes, without delay.
So, before we adjourn, are we gonna, the tour, I have to leave, but we took the tour. I took the tour, but I think there's several members that still want to do the tour. Correct? Do you want to do the tour?
I actually have a meeting. I would like to.
If the meeting,
so-
if the next meeting is here,
The next meeting, if you would like it here, that's fine. I need to make sure I talk that through with the public communication staff. We can do it here, and then you can do the tour then. Is that your preference? Okay, we'll do that.
I want to have the meeting at our new office. Isn't that going to be
Not
ready
till
by next
December.
month? That's right. I got that. I got that. That was very helpful. Thank you. I accepted all of your meeting advice. Okay, so I'm going to adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everybody. Good meeting.